expected on Friday, and 30 of 32 overall in the game. As we're going to start from scratch, Mammoth looking for a big 60 minutes here to take a 3-1 series lead. Vegas sounding like they're going to change up some of their line combos and both of their power play units. We'll get more on what Mike Folta is seeing as warm-ups continue on the ice inside the Delta Center in just a few moments. But first, let's hear Mike and Utah head coach Andre Tourigny for their game night chit-chat ahead of face-off here from Salt Lake.
Coach, we've got Game 4 tonight back at the Delta Center. How do you guys establish the pace that you want to play at like we saw in Game 2?
It's a bunch of little things who makes a difference, but it goes from your puck decision to your work away from the puck to support the puck carrier to being connected, knowing exactly what the next guy will do and what is his option, and not necessarily what he will do in terms of where he move the puck. What is his mindset? What is he trying to do? So I can spade and get into space quick and stuff like that. So it's a work at 5, but it's a lot of work away from the puck and responsibility of the puck carrier to make sure he's taking decision who will increase our speed.
Karel Vejmelka made 30 saves, was fantastic in Game 3, but weren't a lot of those second opportunities for Vegas. How well do you guys think you've been at cleaning up the net front and getting those loose pucks out of there?
There's always room for improvement. A good team on the other side, they know how to play in the playoff and they put pucks in play. And Veg was good. I think we were good defending, but won't be good enough tonight. Everybody needs to be better. It's the mindset to improve all the time. So we cannot sleep on what was good. What was good yesterday was not good enough today. We need to be better.
Vegas has been really good to start periods throughout this series. What is there to that? You guys just need to come out a little bit more dialed in?
If you looked last game, the first shift was good on both sides. It was pretty vanilla. The second shift, we had a really good shift. Coolidge line had a few good look in the offensive zone, good forecheck recover, 2 good shot. I didn't hit the net. There were 2 good opportunities. And then they got the momentum on their third shift. So the first 5 minutes can go back and forth sometimes, but obviously we would like to have a sustained rotation, a 4-line going and building good pace from there. But again, they have a say. They want the exact same thing. So that's why we need to be ready for every shift.
At home, obviously, you have the last change. Is there anything different here in Game 4 about how you want to manipulate matchups?
I think I like it. In our lineup, what I like is everybody can contribute and can play an important role, key moment against whoever. So it's a matter to have everybody at their peak performance.
Reports out of Vegas' practice is that they're switching up the lines a little bit. Is this a case where it's going to take a few shifts maybe to kind of figure out how you want to address them?
We will have a plan and we'll be ready. There's nothing we can do who will surprise them at this point. They study I won't say the 82 games, but they study how we play during the season. They saw 3 games, and we won't change upside down what we are. That's the same for them. They will not arrive today with a different D-zone system and a different O-zone system and so on and so on. They will make adjustments, which we will as well. So there's a chess game, but the impact will be mostly the way we play, what's our mindset. Same for them. Both teams has to play their A game. That's first and foremost. Then from there, some adjustment will make the difference.
As always, we appreciate the time, Coach. Good luck today.
Thank you, Wayne.
There he is, head coach Andre Tourigny with our own Mike Folta ahead of face-off tonight. Adrian Teddy with you outside on the SeatGeek Plaza. I'll be joining Mike indoors for face-off tonight. But let's take a sneak peek right now inside the Delta Center. Warm-ups just about wrapping up. Mike, what's the scene inside as we greet you at Portal G? How's it going, Mike?
The scene is swelling, AD. We had an electric 1 in a million atmosphere the other night for Game 3, and I think it's going to be another incredible feeling inside the Delta Center here tonight as fans continue to amass in their seats, almost everybody in their seats already, and we've still got a little ways to go before puck drop, national TV game, of course, on ESPN, so that pushes our puck drop back a little bit, but now Jen Stalin has got the rally towels waving here in the bowl, and we're dialed in and ready to go, AD.
Mike, this is the 4th time these two teams have met since last Sunday, so 4th meeting in 9 days, and, you know, they met in late March, and we expect a tight one tonight, Mike. As Bear just said, there's no surprises right now. You just got to go out and win a hockey game.
Yeah, and, you know, that last question I asked when I was asking about the adjustments Vegas made, Bear kind of shook it off, and he was like, look, We have an idea of what they're going to do. They have an idea of what we're going to do, but we've got 60 minutes to figure out how this thing is going to end up here tonight in Game 4.
Mike, when we come back, we will turn it over to you and get ready for face-off. We'll go into game mode when we continue right after this. Getting closer to Game 4 from the Delta Center right here on Hockey Night in Utah.
This is Mammoth Daily.
We've got Bear Hayden. What have you enjoyed about being able to go to the NBA games? There's a group of us that love going to those games whenever we can. I think go to those games and get to know some of those guys a little bit, get to know Coach Hardy. It's special. It's a lot of fun.
Mammoth Daily with Mike Folta and Adrian Denny. New episodes drop Monday through Friday at 6 a.m. on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Did you know that at Chevron, you can fuel up on unbeatable mileage and savings? With Chevron Rewards, you'll get 25 cents off per gallon on your next 5 visits. All you have to do is download the Chevron app and join to start saving on fuel. Then you can keep fueling up on other things like adventure, memories, vacations, daycations, quality time, and so many other possibilities. Head to your nearest Chevron station to fuel up and get rewarded today. Terms apply. See ChevronTexcoRewards.com for more details.
Does one size really fit all? No, it doesn't. But big gutter guard companies try to sell you a one-size-fits-all solution, even if it's not right for your specific roof or leaf problem. At RGS Exteriors, we offer 3 distinct gutter guards, each made for different roof lines and trees, all backed by a lifetime no-clog guarantee. You want gutter covers that fit your home? Call RGS Exteriors today.
Looking for the perfect treat? Dive into True Fruit, where nature's fruit meets rich, indulgent chocolate. True Fruit's fresh fruit is hyper-chilled to lock in flavor and nutrition, with clean ingredients you can feel good about. Whether you're craving strawberries, cherries, or blueberries, True Fruit is your go-to snack. Find True Fruit in the freezer aisle, wherever you shop for your groceries. True Fruit. Indulge in the best of nature.
For the last 2 years, we have all watched, sometimes in disbelief, as this state has reshaped itself in unyielding adoration for this new team.
Our favorite thing about sports is that it brings people together.
From day one, they've made us feel like family.
But I think with hockey, it's like Utah skipped the getting to know you phase and jumped right into a love story.
The fans have been incredible ever since day one when we've shown up here.
It's the greatest thing in human history.
Every seat was taken, and it's been taken ever since. Utah showed up.
What electricity here tonight inside the Delta Center.
I'm already getting chills in here.
Yeah, I mean, you can feel it already. We need our fans tonight, and we're going to feed off them.
I mean, energy is so high.
Athletes want to play in front of fans that care.
Delta Center, electric.
It was electric in the building. It was loud. It gives you goosebumps.
That is unequivocally the DNA of a Utah sports fan. They really show up and they really support.
The energy that they bring, how loud it is, and you can see it inspires our players.
We've created a vibe, which we've all kind of built it together.
One state draped in mountain blue.
It's just one of those days where you walk into the Delta Center and you're like, nobody's beating us. Nobody's going to beat us tonight. You just kind of have to be here to feel what it's really like. Is it certainly special to be part of all of this with Utah?
Here's Wigger. He unloads with a shot. He scores!
It's a Mac attack. Mackenzie Wigger.
This place is buzzing. Early again across. Gunther, one-timer score! Dylan Gunther! What a rip! And now Nick Schmaltz for Krause. He scores! Taken away by Keller, out high, shot, score! Lawson Krause, it's 4 Utah! It's over! Let's go, baby! Yeah! Are you ready for this game day, game day, game day?
The following is an exclusive presentation of the Utah Mammoth. Stanley Cup hockey is on the air.
Code Blue!
And this is Hockey Night in Utah.
I cannot wait to get this place busted!
Hockey Night in Utah is powered by Mammoth Plus, your all-access streaming platform for your Utah Mammoth, and by the Utah Mammoth socials. Follow at Utah Mammoth on Instagram, X, and TikTok today.
Captain on deck!
Playoff hockey begins now.
He's done it again!
Here's the radio voice of your Utah Mammoth.
Wow!
Mike Folta.
It's all gas, no brakes for the Mountain Blue. The Utah Mammoth look to press their advantage tonight against a hungry Vegas Golden Knights outfit. It's Game 4 between the Mammoth and the Golden Knights in a Stanley Cup playoff edition of Hockey Night in Utah. Good evening and thank you for joining us here inside the Delta Center where things are starting to get crowded. Mike Folta here with you. We'll have Adrian Denny on with us throughout the evening as well. The Mammoth were, well, you could say outplayed in Game 3, but they found a way to win with efficient scoring, excellent goaltending, and a home crowd that willed them to victory. There's no apologizing for winning in the Stanley Cup playoffs. When opportunity knocks on your door, you let her in. Or as the Steve Miller Band would say, take the money and run. So after the gutsy triumph, Utah now holds a 2-1 series edge over Vegas. Yet, the Golden Knights feel confident about the cards in their hands. We're ready to play, was the declaration over and over again from head coach John Tortorella today at Vegas's morning skate. If the shots, possession, and number of power plays in Game 4 are as lopsided as they were in Game 3, then Utah's series lead is anything but safe. As it is, the Mammoth have a golden opportunity to take a 3-1 series lead with a win tonight. Last game, despite the fact that Vegas appeared to control the pace of the contest, several boxes were checked for head coach Andre Tourigny's group. The Mammoth won the special teams battle, going 4 for 4 on the penalty kill and scoring a power play goal themselves. Utah's top scorers found the score sheet. Lawson Krause scored 2 goals on the top line, with the Mammoth's 2 leading scorers, Clayton Keller and Nick Schmaltz, providing the assists. And the Mammoth led wire to wire. Utah never trailed in Game 3 and was able to build a sizable 4-0 lead halfway through the game. It wasn't a perfect game, but positive steps were taken, and we seek to find out if Utah can build on those check boxes to replicate that success here in Game 4 tonight. It's a big one between the Mammoth and the Golden Knights. If Vegas can make it a 2-2 tie heading into Game 5, that will be back at T-Mobile Arena, where they have been excellent at home ever since they entered the league back in 2017. First, before we get you all settled in for tonight, puck drop still a few minutes away, let's take a look back at some of the highlights from Game 3, a 4-2 win for the Utah Mammoth. Utah got out to a 4-0 lead. Vegas scored a couple late, but it was never in question for the Mountain Blue. Welcome to history. For the first time, the state of Utah hosts the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs, and it's for Game 3 between the Utah Mammoth and the Vegas Golden Knights. Marner centers in front. Pad save made by Vejmelka, and a great one to start. Marner loads, fires, shrugged away by Vejmelka with the shoulder. Now a slap shot. Weegar scores! It's a Mac attack! Mackenzie Weegar scores Utah's first home playoff goal. Gunther, a one-timer, scores! Power play goal for the Mammoth, and it's 2-0. Rasmus Anderson, right point, back to Hanif, and a shot, smothered and covered by Vejmelka. Veering in, that shot redirected in, and Krause scores! And Utah's top line has made its entrance to the series. The 2-on-2, pass across, Howden turned away by Vejmelka. Puck on the side of the net, and it's out to the far wing. And there's a shot by Krause, and he scores again. Give him 2 tonight. Lawson Krause has a pair, and it's 4-0. Chase to the far wing, this rolls in, and they score. Eichel taps one in, and the Golden Knights are on the board. Rister knocked down in front. It was Jersey with the block. Boy, break out the burgers and dogs. It's a block party here in the Mammoth end. Back up top. Theodore steps into one. Blocked in front. Loose in front of Vejmelka, and he's got it covered after Ian Cole absolutely ate that puck. Here comes Hurdle. This is Korzak. His pass broken up by Ian Cole. Good stick on puck from the veteran. This is Marner down the middle. Dorofeev, a shot up high, and Vejmelka denied him. Pass broken up by a diving Kerfoot and cleared. Redirections go just wide. Puck in front, and they score. Smith sets up Nick Dowd, and the Golden Knights are within 2. Time winding down. They can feel it here in Salt Lake City. 4-2, the final score, and the Utah Mammoth take a 2-1 series lead. That was a fantastic and frenzied Friday night at the Delta Center with the Mammoth winning 4-2 in Game 3. Utah leads the series 2-1, and one of the heroes whose name you heard on that highlight reel was Mackenzie Weegar. A goal and an assist for the defenseman back in Game 3. He has scored in back-to-back games in this series. He had 1 goal over the final month and a half of the regular season for the Mammoth after coming over on a trade from Calgary, but he has scored a couple of huge tallies in this series so far. Let's hear from the veteran defenseman on the first 3 games so far for the Mountain Blue in the playoffs.
A lot of good things. Obviously, our rush chances were good. You know, we want to check a little bit harder, make it a little harder on them. Bears talked about it a lot. We come in every day wanting to get better, wanting to improve, and there's a few things. I don't want to share everything that we're learning on, but we're definitely going to make some corrections for next game, which will, I think, build a little bit more speed, and we'll get a little bit more offense going for next game.
Everybody making adjustments at this point in the series. 3 games in, and these two teams have already seen so much of each other in 3 tightly contested games. Let's hear from Weegar again on those tweaks and adjustments the Mammoth are trying to make.
It's a bit of a chess match for sure. Both great coaches on both sides, so both teams are doing a good job at adjusting to each other. But I think the pace and the physicality and the speed, the scrums and stuff, it's all keeping its pace pretty good. And I expect the same thing going into Game 4, but I think we've done a good job at being coachable, adapting to each situation, and we got to continue that. We expect a really good response from a really good opponent over there, so we're going to need to be focused and prepared.
Now you heard Weegar touching on the Vegas Golden Knights and their adjustments that they want to make. We were hearing from Vegas' head coach, John Tortorella, earlier this morning and over the last couple days. As he was talking about how his team out shooting Utah 32-12 in Game 3. Despite the 4-2 loss, they're not that far off.
We're not far. We haven't been far off. I think the second period in Game 2, I think we lost ourselves. Other than that, I think both teams, it's been a fairly even series here, right on through it. Series are changed and momentum changed on a big play. It's not the whole game. It's a big play at a key time. Maybe a fluky play at a key time. We're not far off.
Everybody feels good at the Delta Center here tonight. The Mammoth have a 2-1 series lead, but to be quite honest, that's exactly where the Vegas Golden Knights want the Mammoth. Vegas was down 2-1 in their first-round series against Minnesota last year, and they won 3 straight games to finish that series in 6 games. If there is one group that believes in itself down in a series, it's this Vegas team under John Tortorella. Let's listen in from Torts on his team's belief.
It's belief. This isn't X's and O's. We've made some adjustments, as you do in playoffs. Not crazy stuff, but when you get down in a series and you lose a couple in a row, it's belief. It's believing in what we're doing, believing how we're preparing. This is mental, and this is where I feel very comfortable with this team. I just talked to one player, won't give you his name, but he says this is when we feel most comfortable, when we're kind of back up against the wall a little bit. This is where it really comes out. So we can draw as much stuff as we can on the board, X's and O's wise. This is belief, and I think we have that in that room.
Adrian was mentioning it earlier in our pregame, but John Tortorella a little bit more forthcoming with his comments to the media. Head coach Andre Turney and the Mammoth a little bit more guarded, trying to make sure they keep their cards close to the vest heading into this pivotal Game 4 matchup. If Utah wins, they'll have a chance to close out the series in Vegas on Wednesday. That will be Game 5. If Vegas can win tonight, well, it's a whole new series, and it turns into a best-of-3 starting Wednesday on home ice for the Golden Knights. Mammoth trying to win their 3rd straight of this series. Utah sitting pretty right now, but Vegas calm, cool, and collected, and as you heard, plenty of belief. One thing that Tortorella did share with us, or at least that we saw in practice for the Golden Knights, were some line changes. We touched on those in the pregame earlier. We'll continue to remind you of those and get you updates on the Vegas line combos throughout the night. For Utah, the lineup should look relatively the same, and why wouldn't it after the Mammoth held a 4-0 lead halfway through last game. Puck drop is coming up in just a little bit. We'll start period 1 on the other side of this break. Game 4 on the way on Hockey Night in Utah.
Enjoy more ways to save at Smith's, like low prices in every aisle. And when you download the Smith's app, you can clip and save more with digital coupons every week. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. At Smith's, you can enjoy more ways to save and more rewards every time you shop. So it's always easy to save big every day with savings and rewards. Smith's, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
Utah, let's keep winning. On the court, on the ice, and in your business. Les Olson IT is your local partner for technology that never quits. From managed IT and cloud solutions to printers, copiers, security cameras, and alarms, Les Olson IT has got you covered. Celebrating 10 years in IT, backed by 70 years of trusted business experience. Les Olson IT, keeping Utah connected, secure, and ready to win.
Les Olson IT.
Utah Mammoth are here for an exciting season. And Trucordia, the group name for a nationwide insurance brokerage based here in Utah, is proud to be a founding partner. The Trucordia companies deliver insurance solutions to help you protect what matters most. Home plus auto, employee benefits, construction, cyber. Trucordia blocks risks to help you ensure your goals. Learn more at Trucordia, spelled TRUCORDIA.com. Nothing does more to help communities grow and thrive than small business. That's why America First Credit Union is proud to partner with the Utah Jazz to present the Utah Jazz Small Business Spotlight, recognizing the incredible impact of local business across Utah. Each season, America First Credit Union is giving small business a chance to shine with a custom sponsorship package valued at up to $200,000, which could include in-game, broadcast, and social media exposure. Nominate a deserving business today at americafirst.com/jazz. America First Credit Union, official credit union of the Utah Jazz.
The quest for Lord Stanley's Cup takes place right here.
And we are underway here in the 2026 Stanley Cup playoffs
on Hockey Night in Utah.
We're revving things up here at the Delta Center. Rally towels helicoptering overhead as 17,000 of our closest friends are cranking up the intensity meter. Both teams standing at attention at their respective blue lines as we get ready to open up Game 4 between the Utah Mammoth and the Vegas Golden Knights. Utah with a 2-1 series lead so far. They've won each of the last 2 games in this best-of-7 series, and it's a pivotal Game 4 in front of a packed house here this evening in downtown Salt Lake City. Where else would you rather be on the Wasatch Front? Before we drop the puck, let's send it down to Kaylee Busio for the anthem in front of the Stars and Stripes.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bonds were seen in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free?
Not a note unturned from Kaylee Busio. That sets the tone for our evening. Let's get the starters for the Mountain Blue.
The Utah Mammoth, starting 6.
Clayton Keller, forward, St. Louis, Missouri.
Nick Schmaltz, right wing, Verona, Wisconsin.
Lawson Krause, forward, Mount Bridges, Ontario.
Sean Dersey, defense, Mississauga, Ontario.
Ian Cole, defenseman, Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Karel Vijmelka, goalie, Trebek.
Andres Ringy, head coach, Nicolet, Quebec.
Game 4 about to start between the Mammoth and Golden Knights, and it's the same goaltending matchup we've had through the previous 3 games. Karel Vejmelka on one end, a 6'4", 224-pound native of the Czech Republic. Opposite the 27-year-old Sherwood Park, Alberta native Carter Hart, standing at 6'2". There to start the game between Dowd and Schmaltz. Puck is back behind Carter Hart to our left on your radio dial. Ian Cole has to hustle after a puck in the Mammoth zone. Cole got taken down by Sissons. Schmaltz plays bumper cars behind his own net. It's Sissons dragging the puck along. A shot by Cole Smith was steered away. Wraparound from Dowd, knocked away from the net mouth. Braden McNabb. Theodore ropes one in a wrister. Ends up on goal, and Vejmelka was ready with the pads. Theodore at the right point. Shoots one through traffic, and Ian Cole went down to 2 knees to block that shot. This is kissed off the window and all the way down to the Vegas line as both teams make changes about 45 seconds into period number 1. Golden Knights have been excellent at starting games and starting periods in this series so far. This puck deflects out of play in the Mammoth end, and we'll have a face-off coming up next to Karel Vejmelka, not quite a minute into period 1. Let's use this opportunity to get to our Allsco uniform check. If your business needs laundered uniforms delivered each week for your employees, remember it pays to keep clean with Allsco uniforms. Vegas in their road whites, white helmets with white sweaters, gray on the shoulders with gold and red trim. Mammoth in their home rock black kits with salt white numbers and mountain blue as the third color. Face-off controlled by the Golden Knights in the offensive zone. Barbashev back of goal. He's got 2 tallies in this series so far. Rasmus Anderson sends it around the wall as Uyghur bumps into Jack Eichel. Eichel in front. Dorofeev scores! And that's a big one for Pavel Dorofeev. It's his first point of the series. And Vegas gets out to a 1-0 lead a minute and 13 seconds in. Eichel found Barbashev on the left edge of the slot and then quickly across to Dorofeev. And the newly assembled top line by head coach John Tortorella quickly cashes in. Dorofeev had been almost entirely absent through the first 3 games of the series, and he strikes early in game 4. Just over a minute into period 1, and Pavel Dorofeev, who led the Golden Knights in scoring during the regular season, has his first of this series.
Mike, head coach Andre Cherney put Kevin Stenlund out there for the first defensive zone draw of the game with Dylan Gunther and Logan Cooley. He ranks 10th in the playoffs in faceoff percentage. Vegas, though, won a rare draw against Stenlund, who won 72% of his draws on Friday.
It was Eichel behind the Utah net who survived the check from Uyghur, stuck with the program, found Barbashev, and then across to Dorofeev. Icing called against Vegas here, a minute and a half into period number 1. Pavel Dorofeev entering tonight had just 1 goal in 12 career playoff games. Now, he was in and out of the lineup back in 2023 when the Golden Knights won the Cup, but he had not been a very good producer, had only 3 goals over his last 18 games dating back to the regular season, despite the fact that he had 37 tallies on the year. And he strikes in this series. That's big news for the Golden Knights. Mammoth had kept him in check. Nate Schmidt shoots off a stick out of play. Another face-off coming in the Vegas zone. 1-0 after the first goal of the series from Pavel Dorofeev. This is his 6th year in North America, but last year was just his 2nd full NHL season. This is just his 3rd full NHL season, and Adrian, he had 35 goals a year ago to lead the Golden Knights, 37 this year to lead Vegas. He's one of the most underrated goal scorers in the league.
And a homegrown prospect of
one of the
Vegas,
few.
Mike, yes.
Former third-round pick. Offensive zone face-off. Stenlund at the dot with the fourth line. Vegas gets to this. Golden Knights, the fifth best face-off team, to your point, Adrian. That was back through the regular season. Puck down in the Mammoth zone again as it's moved along by Nick Dowd. Back to the left point. Lauzon couldn't keep it in, and this is a self-clear by the Golden Knights. So 1-0, 2 minutes in to period number 1. Dorofeev with a tap-in goal to start things out. Really no chance for Karel Vejmelka. Cole Smith is all over Sean Durzi here in the near side of the Utah zone. Mammoth get to it. Durzi walled off. Tanev supporting behind his own net. Keller trying to shake free and eventually locates Ian Cole. Mammoth did not trail once in Game 3. They are down 1-0 early here in Game 4. Krause finds Clayton Keller here in the offensive zone. Keller forced to the wing by Lauzon. Keller's got 2 Golden Knights on him. Schmaltz takes it now. Sergachev relays it over. Weegar steps in, fires, rebound off of Hart out wide. Slap shot, knocked down in front. Hart was out of position and Sergachev wired one towards the net. It never made it through to Carter Hart. Weegar on the far wall, back of goal. It's Krause. Keller dancing in. Keller's pass off his skate. Broken up, and Tomas Hertl leads the advance to center. Had his pocket picked by Nick Schmaltz. Here's a re-entry. Schmaltz channels this down to the corner. Golden Knights get it back. Keller steps into Kolasar, who absorbed that contact and gets this out to neutral ice. That was one of the few times in this series we've seen a quick reload from the Mammoth at neutral ice. Getting the puck back at center and re-entering the offensive zone. First shift of the game for Cooley, Yamamoto, and Gunther as Kyler Yamamoto slams Shea Theodore up against the end boards. Here comes Vegas with numbers up the ice. Eichel's pass broken up, and an offside whistle stops play. Good play by John Marino on this near side, throwing another Massachusetts native, Jack Eichel, against the boards and slowing the charge of Vegas. 3.5 minutes gone by in period number 1. Dorofeev with the goal. Mammoth still looking for their first shot on goal according to the scoreboard. I thought Weegar had one in there. Moments ago it was that line of Keller, Krause, and Schmaltz. And it was creating some havoc against the Hertl line for the Golden Knights. Neutral zone faceoff directly in front of head coach Andre Tourigny. Mammoth have it as this is snapped ahead for Alexander Kerfoot. He eases his way in across the blue line. Peterka on the forecheck, and he runs Hannafin against the wards. Kerfoot down the wall looking for Peterka. Third line on the ice for Utah, and this goes out of play. We'll have an offensive zone draw for that line of Kerfoot with Carcone and Peterka. And Adrian, this is a line that was really strong to end the regular season. Haven't heard from them as much here in the playoffs yet.
Only line, Mike, that wasn't on the ice for a Utah goal on Friday night. It's a Mammoth going to quickly change, bring out Cooley, Gunther, and Kyler Yamamoto. We've heard all sorts of good stuff from these guys. Gunther and Cooley each with 2 goals in 3 games. Kyler Yamamoto leads the Mammoth with 3 assists in 3 playoff games.
Cooley is at the dot. He's got 2 goals in this series. 10 goals in his last 13 games dating back through the regular season. Signed an 8-year, $80 million extension to stay with the team. That was back on October 29th. He'll be a Mammoth through 2034. Wanted to stay for the Olympics. Face-off controlled by Vegas in their own zone. Cooley shoves his man against the glass. Utah trying to win it back. This does leak out to center. Sergachev rewinding. Up ahead, it's intercepted by Theodore. Marner springs through the middle with Stone. Here comes Riley Smith, a drive. Stopped by Vejmelka with a glove arm. Smith was wide open on the right circle off the rush, and Vejmelka stoned him cold. Logan Cooley guides this down the wall, and a check delivered by Gunther on Theodore. He has been a victim a couple times of some Mammoth physicality. Sergachev sucks this in back in his own zone and hands it off to Sean Durzi, twisting away from Mark Stone. Good move there by Durzi. Here he comes. Foot on the gas through center. Brandon Tanev guides it in deep. Around it comes in the Vegas zone as Stenlund gets physical. This puck tumbles to center. Not quite 5 minutes gone by in the first period. 1-0 the score. Vegas leading. Pass intercepted by Keller. Here he comes. Keller right down the middle. Keller! Whoa! Tanev was offside. Didn't see that because I believe Brandon Tanev was laying on the ice after a hit right in front of the Vegas benches and could not get off in time. Keller had a chance off the rush brewing. Is that what happened, AD? Tanev was a little late getting back?
Yeah, neither of us saw him, and Clayton Keller didn't see him either as he was leading Utah on a quick strike back the other way with Kevin Stenlund, and Keller was looking to shoot there, Mike. You can tell.
Yeah, that crazy look in his eye. Keller with 26 goals during the regular season for the Mammoth and 62 helpers. That's a career high in assists for Clayton Keller, and well, we'll just say he's lent a helping hand quite a bit throughout his career. So a monster year for Utah's captain. 5 gone by in the first period. Vegas up 1-0. They're in the offensive zone right now. Up the boards for Cole Smith in the fourth line. J.J. Peterka lost the handle. It's dumped to the corner where Nate Schmidt locks up Nick Dowd. A couple of former Washington Capitals there as Dowd tossed Schmidt down. We continue on. 4-car pileup in the corner as it's forked free by Smith. Hannafin walks the line. Shot tipped wide. That was Colton Sissons who got a stick on it. Mammoth trying to win back possession. It's Sissons. He carves in behind the Mammoth net. Utah surrounds their cage, and Kerfoot's able to power this to center. Kerfoot unable to get the puck in very deep. Mammoth are able to make at least a couple changes as Uyghur gets bodied off the puck by Barbashev. Ivan Barbashev is a human-wrecking machine. Here comes Eichel. In with Dorofeev. Denied by Vamelka this time. Utah wants to run. Lead feed for Keller. 1-on-2 into the offensive zone. Slap shot kicked away by Hart. Back the other way we come with the Russian Dorofeev. He glides in across the blue line. Sergachev takes him out. And the Mammoth have the puck back. In the Utah zone, it's loose. McNabb throws it across the slot. Nobody home. Nick Schmaltz starts heading north. Schmaltz navigates across the blue line and shoots one off a stick high. Schmaltz wins that back, and what a great play that was from number 8. John Marino down the wall for Keller. In front, it was knocked down in front of Carter Hart. Golden Knights get to it, and this is Jack Eichel to center a little too casually. Here comes Gunther, pulls the trigger, repelled by the blocker of Carter Hart, and it goes out of play. Utah's most lethal sniper, Dylan Gunther, had a really good look from that right circle, but Hart was equal to the task. 1-0. Dorofeev has the goal for Vegas. We'll be right back to the Delta Center with 13:21 to go in the first, right after this.
Hi, Andrew Tringy. You're listening Utah Mammoth Hockey.
This is Mammoth Daily.
Liam O'Brien on our Wednesday Odd Man Rush. Speaking of chipping in offensively, your 2 goals have both come in national TV games. We started calling you primetime tuna on the air.
Tomorrow night, primetime?
I don't think so.
Well, let's try to break that tomorrow night.
Mammoth Daily with Mike Folta and Adrian Denny. New episodes drop Monday through Friday at 6 a.m. on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Utah, let's keep winning. On the court, on the ice, and in your business. Les Olson IT is your local partner for technology that never quits. From managed IT and cloud solutions to printers, copiers, security cameras, and alarms, Les Olson IT has got you covered. Celebrating 10 years in IT, backed by 70 years of trusted business experience. Les Olson IT, keeping Utah connected, secure, and ready to win.
Les Olson IT.
No more postponing your dreams due to your busy lifestyle. Nightingale College gives you the opportunity to have the ideal work-life balance from the comfort of your home. Our nursing classes are 100% online with no waiting lists and are designed to help you succeed along your journey to become a nurse. Don't let life get in your way. Become a Nightingale nurse. Visit us today at nightingale.edu. Now accepting applications along the Wasatch Front for our upcoming spring semester.
Before, during,
wrist far side, shoots deflected, they score!
He lives here. Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
I think we're making adjustments too as well. I mean, it's a 7-game series. You're probably going to make adjustments every day, but it's how you react to them on the ice. And I feel like our team this postseason has done a very good job of that so far.
That's Utah's Kyler Yamamoto on adjustments here for Game 4. The Golden Knights made some adjustments, moving their lines around, and it's paid immediate dividends. Pavel Dorofeev now playing with Eichel and Barbashev, and Dorofeev has the lone goal of our contest so far. There's over 13 minutes left in the first period. Head coach John Tortorella saying one of their chief objectives with shuffling the lines around was to try and get Dorofeev going a little bit. They had played him with the fourth line earlier in the series just to try and wake him up a bit. And he has given his team a lift early in this one. Dipping into the offensive zone, Riley Smith gave it away. Mammoth escape as far as center. It's an offside whistle against Smith and Hurdle with 12:45 to go in period 1. 1-0 the score. Vegas in front early, but Adrian, it hasn't been all Golden Knights to start this game like we saw the other night in Game 3 when shots were 10-1 to start the game. Mammoth have had their chances too.
They have, and Mike, you've seen Vegas try and play with some speed here, try and generate some stuff off the rush, and I think we've seen Utah say, you guys want to play with speed? And they brought some pucks back the other way to generate some good chances too.
Here comes Alexander Kerfoot, crisscrossing into the offensive zone with Carcone. Carcone, the first one there. He's one of the fastest Mammoths, speaking about speed. Paterka, another burner, gets this below the goal line for Carcone. He soccers it free. His best Diego Luna impression. Ian Cole, left point, sends this around the wall as Kerfoot gets stapled against the glass by Korzak. It's loose for Jeremy Lauzon, a big defenseman for Vegas. And Lauzon, skating at 6'3", 225, is able to muscle it up the near side wall to center. Back on the stick of the veteran Ian Cole. He had been in the postseason for 10 straight years before he got to Utah, and the team missed the playoffs last year. Now a penalty coming up against Vegas in the Golden Knight zone, and Utah is heading to the power play, it looks like. Brandon Tanev appears to have drawn a penalty. That was the fourth line trying to gain entry. Tanev got walloped, and Utah, it looks like, will be a man up.
Vegas penalty, number 10, 2 minutes, interference.
12 minutes left in the first period, 1-0 Vegas leading, and Colton Sissons will head to the penalty box after, he just hammered Brandon Tanev while his teammate Shea Theodore was handling the puck. Utah was 1 for 1 on the Rio Tinto power play in Game 3. The first game where the Mammoth won the special teams battle. This is an elite penalty kill for the Golden Knights. They were 7th best in the National Hockey League during the regular season. Cooley, Gunther, Schmaltz, Sergachev, and Keller on the ice for head coach Andre Tourigny and the Mammoth. Offensive zone faceoff won by Cooley, and Utah sets up the umbrella. Keller down to the corner, spins it back for Sergachev. He'll walk the blue line. Sergachev this way. One-timer, Gunther and Hart made the read and made the save. We've seen Dylan Gunther score on a couple of one-timers in this series. One of them coming on the power play back in Game 3. Gunther has fired the second most one-timers across the NHL playoffs so far through 3 games. He can let it fly. Only 12 seconds gone by in the power play. Face-off controlled by Vegas this time, and Braden McNabb makes no bones about getting it all the way down. Utah will rewind it. Since the Olympic break during the regular season, Mammoth were 3rd best on the power play. They turned it up late. Cooley knifes in. Cooley back across. Keller trying to hunt it down, and this ends up out of the zone. Utah has to re-enter. That was Cooley with a ton of speed. Now Gunther dances down the right wing. Schmaltz tips it back for Sergachev and then gave it away. Not sure if Sergachev was trying to hand that off to Keller. Look out! Eichel shorthanded. Dangles knocked away by the stick of Karel Vejmelka. Shorthanded look for Jack Eichel. Mammoth flood back the other way with Schmaltz stick handling across the line. Gunther on the right wing, fanned on a pass, and it's cleared by Vegas. Power play over halfway through. 50 seconds now remaining on the Sissons minor. Utah off on their execution on the power play so far. Second unit on the ice. Krause rambles down the near side and orbits the zone. This is Kerfoot back to the point for Mackenzie Weegar. goals in 2 straight. Here's Peterka, left wing, pass across, broken up, loose in front, backdoor, sent high by Carcone. He couldn't believe it. Everybody thought it was in. It's cleared out and down by the Golden Knights. Michael Carcone had a wide open net and he sailed it. 20 seconds left in the power play. Utah has time for one more rush. Carcone hands it off to Krause. He gains the zone, plays it in deep, but the Golden Knights get to the puck first. Cleared up the boards, knocked down by Krause. 7 to go in the power play. Kerfoot, right wing, down low across. Krause off his skate, bouncing around and looped out of the zone by the Golden Knights. Sissons comes out of the box, and the Mammoth are 0 for 1 on the Rio Tinto power play. 1-0 the score with 9:50 remaining in the first period. 1 shot on goal on that power play for Utah. Tanev turns the corner, trying to feed it in front. This goes behind the Vegas net. Golden Knights gave it away. Schmidt, left point for Stenlund near side. He button hooks, fighting off a check from behind. Kevin Stenlund, the 29-year-old Swede, swung across for Marino. Tanev shoveled it wide. A good redirection by Brandon Tanev, just couldn't hit the net off the setup from Marino. Back out at center. Eichel's able to strong-arm this across the blue line. Eichel going shoulder to shoulder with Marino. You have Marino, the Harvard boy, and then Jack Eichel, the former Boston University Terrier, both from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. 9 minutes left in the first, and an offsides whistle blows against Utah. 1 power play gone by the wayside despite some good looks. Utah still trailing 1-0 when we come back in just a moment on Hockey Night in Utah.
I'm Dylan Gunther. You're listening to Utah Mammoth Hockey.
Liberty Mutual customize this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
For over a century, one name stands above the rest when it comes to ice cream and bringing families together. Far Better Ice Cream creates magical moments, one delicious scoop at a time. From your favorite childhood flavors to exciting new combinations, Far's has something to satisfy every craving. Visit your local grocery store and take your favorite Far's flavor home with you, or grab a scoop during the game. Far Better Ice Cream, bringing families together for more than a century, one scoop at a time. Far Better Ice Cream, only the best for family and friends.
Enjoy more ways to save at Smith's, like low prices in every aisle. And when you download the Smith's app, you can clip and save more with digital coupons every week. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. At Smith's, you can enjoy more ways to save and more rewards every time you shop. So it's always easy to save big every day with savings and rewards. Smith's, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
This is playoff hockey on the Wasatch Front.
Kick save Vejmelka and a dandy.
Tusks up, Utah.
Vegas got an early one. Pavel Dorofeev, 1 minute, 12 seconds into the first. Mike got back and forth since then. Mammoth have had the game's only power play. Karel Vejmelka's made a couple really big stops to keep this at 1-0, but you knew Vegas was going to make some adjustments. But Mike, I think the Mammoth might like what they've done. The pace in this one, if you're Utah, that's your pace.
Back and forth here in the first period. Shots on the scoreboard say 5-2. I don't buy it. This ends up back in the Utah zone with 9 minutes remaining in the first period. Braden McNabb snares a puck at the left point. This is barely held in by Riley Smith. He's in his second stint with the Golden Knights. Riley Smith spent 6 full seasons with Vegas, then bounced around a little bit before coming back to Vegas. There's a shot by Stone, turned away by Vejmelka. Here's Smith, low to high. Theodore a drive, and he missed the cage. Loose puck taken by Stone. Logan Cooley looked like he wore that last shot from Theodore. He was a little banged up, and this is cleared by Utah. Cooley can get back to the bench. He's doubled over in pain right now. He's been such a key player for the Mammoth in this series, and he's in some discomfort after that shot block. Ian Cole hunts a puck down in his own zone and swipes it around the wall where Keller's waiting for it, outletting for Krause. Utah has to retreat defensively now. 8 minutes still to go in the first period. 1-0 to score. Brett Howden looking for Hanifin on the far wing. Hanifin towards the front, knocked down in front by Dursey. Vejmelka knocks a puck out of midair. Keller starts working his way up the wall, takes a hit from Kolesar. He leads this entire series in hits. Keegan Kolesar. Mammoth get it out through center. Krause out there with Keller and Schmaltz. That line got going in game 3. Krause with 2 big goals. Keller had himself a couple apples, and Nick Schmaltz had himself an assist as well. This is sent into the Mammoth bench right in front of assistant coach Mario Duhamel, and we'll have a neutral ice face-off with 7:21 to go in the first period. 1-0 the score. The Utah Mammoth Amateur Hockey Association would like to thank our sponsors, America First Credit Union, University of Utah Health, and Superior Water and Air. We thank you for your tremendous support of our youth hockey program. Well, speaking of amateur hockey, AD, my men's league team, the Bison, they play up in Ogden. Just wrapped up their season today, getting ready for the summer slate. But congratulations, boys, on a great campaign under the leadership of Captain Jay. Got great adult league hockey up in Ogden, at the Oval in Taylorsville. You got it at the Utah Mammoth Ice Center in Sandy, too. Great hockey scene here in State 45. Mammoth play this puck in deep as the Golden Knights hammer it off the boards. It's knocked down at center. Good bounce for the Golden Knights. Here comes Barbashev with Eichel. Eichel shoots, and a save made by Vejmelka. A little awkward, but Utah's there to clean up the rebound. Here comes Kerfoot scampering down the wing. He'll go cross corner. Carcone lays it back. Uyghur a drive, and that goes off a stick and out of play. 6:45 to go in period number 1. 1-0 to score.
Out hit by Vegas, 51-31 in game 1, Mike. But since the start of game 2, including tonight, Utah's in the plus category in the hit differential. It's not really been a story, has it, since game 1?
That was one of the things you were keeping your eye on. Could Vegas maintain the physicality throughout this series? And so far that answer has been no. But Vegas is leading 1-0 here. A puck played by a high stick will bring us another ceasefire with 6:40 to go in the first. 1-0.
I thought in game number 2, the Mammoth did a good job of really kind of weathering that Vegas storm. When they went up 1-0, they were able to tie it late in the first. Kind of the same thing here. They score early, but you got some big saves from Vejmelka. Mammoth have blocked 5 shots already. The hit total up to 13. Utah's hanging in there, down 1-0.
Utah out hit Vegas in game 3. Well, if you're hitting somebody, that means you don't have the puck. Also means it's usually harder to get back on the back check. Mammoth spin this into the Vegas zone. It's quickly ejected by Caden Korzak. Here comes Cole Smith rampaging up the near side. Taken up against the glass. 2 hits there. One by Uyghur and one by Tanev on Smith, who's a big body in the corner. Around it comes to Jeremy Lauzon. He gets run into by Sergachev. This is Uyghur into the skates of his D partner Sergachev, and he lofts it ahead. Liam O'Brien racing up the ice. There'll be no icing here. Korzak trying to evade the forecheck, and this is cleared out to center by the Golden Knights. Fourth line out there for Utah is Liam O'Brien, Kevin Stenlund, and Sean Dursey all have their irons in the pot. Right in front of the penalty boxes, finally it becomes unglued from the dasher, and here is Dursey with the puck. He has used his skating and his escape ability to create some breakouts for the Mammoth in this series. He's directing traffic right now, and it's Schmaltz sending Keller on his way. Keller got interfered with, but no call. That was Smith on Keller, and no whistle. Thought that could have been an interference penalty, and now an icing whistle against Vegas with 5.5 to go in the first.
Clayton Keller was just streaking up that left wing wall, and Cole Smith put up kind of a forearm stop sign there.
That's interference. Smith is making no attempt to play the puck, and Clayton Keller would have got there if not for Riley Smith. Whistles seem to disappear a little bit more come the playoffs. Offensive zone draw for Nick Schmaltz. Face-off, one back Marino, teeing one up for Nate Schmidt. Into the high slot, Krause a drive, and that hit the skate of Rasmus Anderson, and he's flamingoing back to the bench in some pain. John Marino's able to steal it from Riley Smith. Here comes Krause powering in with Keller. Puck comes out to center, and an offside whistle against John Marino will allow us to pay some bills for a quick moment. 5:17 to go in the first period. 1-0. Vegas leading. A long way to go in this one. We'll be right back after this on Hockey Night in Utah.
I'm Sean Dursey. You're listening to Utah Mammoth Hockey.
Hurt in a car wreck, dog bite, slip and fall. Just call Quick Swap. One call, that's all.
After a car wreck, dealing with big insurance companies on your own can hurt your case. One call, that's all means we take care of everything. From dealing with insurance companies to helping you find doctors and repair shops, we're here to guide you from start to finish. Call Craig Swap & Associates today at 801-444-4444.
One call, that's all.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Utah, let's keep winning. On the court, on the ice, and in your business. Les Olson IT is your local partner for technology that never quits. From managed IT and cloud solutions to printers, copiers, security cameras, and alarms, Les Olson IT has got you covered. Celebrating 10 years in IT, backed by 70 years of trusted business experience. Les Olson IT, keeping Utah connected, secure, and ready to win.
Les Olson IT.
It's special. I think, ultimately you just want to do whatever you can to help the team win, and fortunate enough to get 2 goals. It's special any chance you get a goal and put your team on the board. It's very special, but I think everyone's doing a great job of buying in, and not just one guy that's making this team win. It's everyone. Everyone's digging in. Everyone's doing the little things, and it's what stands out most to me.
That's Utah's Lawson Krause. Scored a couple of goals on Friday night. His first 2 of this series, and that was a great sight to see for everybody wearing mountain blue, that top group, to get engaged on the score sheet. Lawson Krause this regular season with 24 goals, tying a career high. He leads the Mammoth in hits in this series entering tonight. Puck at center in a 1-0 game. Vegas leading game 4. 5 to go in the first period. Kolasar takes a bump from Yamamoto. Puck along the blue line. Theodore could not keep it in, and that allows Utah to regroup a bit. Here is Yamamoto. He's got 3 apples in this series so far. He'll chip and charge. That's a little too far, and icing is called against Kailer Yamamoto and the Mammoth. They did not give Yamamoto the benefit of the doubt on that play. Still a stride or 2 away from the red line, and this faceoff comes back towards Karel Vejmelka, who was fantastic in Game 3. Stopped 30 of 32. He has had what we call quality starts in each of the 3 games in this series so far. A quality start is considered anything where the goaltender has a save percentage above the league average, which is about 900 right now. Defensive zone faceoff. Eichel draws it back between his legs. Hanifin right point. Sends it down the wall as Dorofeev locks up with Dursey. Mammoth trying to win it back with that third D pair. Cole and Dursey, and Logan Cooley springs away with it. 3-on-3 to center. Cooley for Gunther. And across the line, Gunther eases off the throttle, tees it up for Uyghur. He wrists one off a leg. It lands down in front of Uyghur. Golden Knights get to it, and they clear to center. Dorofeev has been much more active in this game, and he has a goal, but even outside the goal, he scored just over a minute in. Been calling his name a lot. Uyghur taps that off the linesman, and that's Barbashev hitting Uyghur once again. Ivan Barbashev is a hitting machine. Led the entire playoffs back in 2019 in hits when his St. Louis Blues won the Stanley Cup, and so far in this series, he's tied for 10th across all NHL skaters in hits. Mark Stone in front. That goes off the goal stick of Vejmelka after the setup from Riley Smith. Good chance off the rush there by Stone and Smith. And maybe head coach John Tortorella has found something with these Vegas lines. Golden Knights get this out to center. I think that puck hit the linesman in maybe a sensitive area. Utah gives it away. Stone twists one wide. Peterka gave it up in the slot, and Mark Stone nearly took advantage. Michael Carcone got checked by Mitch Marner, a very good defensive forward. Peterka gets it back and then draws a penalty. J.J. Peterka had a giveaway just moments ago, but now draws the second power play of the game.
Vegas penalty, number 22, 2 minutes, tripping.
John 3:16 to go in the first period. Mammoth down 1-0 and heading to the Rio Tinto power play for the second time in this game. And an obvious tripping call there on Cole Smith, getting the lumber in the legs of J.J. Peterka.
Utah went shorthanded 4 times on Friday night. They only had 1 power play. Here the Mammoth have drawn the first 2. Want to cash in and tie this up because, Mike, while Vegas had 4 of the 5 power plays on Friday, Utah scored the only power play goal. They went 0 for 4. Utah doesn't want a reverse of that.
Utah at the face-off dot here. They were struggling to start the series on the power play, but as Adrian said, they struck in game 3. Golden Knights bring it ahead. Short-handed. Looked like Clayton Keller might have gotten hit back behind the play on the draw. Utah gets it back in their own zone with already 15 seconds gone by in the power play. I think the fans wanted another penalty on Vegas after Keller got hit up high. Nick Schmaltz enters with Keller. Cooley relays it back to Sergachev, then returned to sender. Across. Gunther steps in. It's Keller. Out wide, Clayton Keller. Here's Cooley on the goal line. Keller operating on the half wall. Cooley in tight. Sergachev. Gunther tees one up, and a save is made by Carter Hart. Made that stop in his glove. Coming over and making the save on Dylan Gunther. 1:17 to go in the Cole Smith tripping penalty. 2.5 to go in this first period. Schmaltz, Gunther, Cooley, Keller, Sergachev all still out there. Schmaltz had 11 power play goals to lead the Mammoth. He's at the dot, but this is snapped back by Eichel. Noah Hannafin goes off the glass and all the way down. Knights get it clear. Sergachev from his own end. Waiting for the drop pass. It's a little too deep. Stone read that play and forces Schmaltz back behind his own net. It was just a little too predictable from the Mammoth. Here comes Cooley. All green lights through center. Cooley gains the zone. Maneuvers out wide. Up top, it's Gunther on the right wing. Back to Cooley. Here's Keller on the half wall. Cooley had to glove it down. Keller has to do the same. Loose. Stone gets to it. Flips it to center. Cleared the length of the ice with just over 30 to go on the power play. Nothing doing so far on this second man advantage for Utah. Michael Carcone from the red line will wind this in. Hart halts it behind his own net. McNabb gave it away. Carcone looking for some help. It's loose and spanked down the ice by Lozano of the Golden Knights. 13 to go on the power play. Mammoth have time for maybe one more entry. Look out, Marner centered. Stone. Now it's Howden. He scores. A shorthanded goal by the Golden Knights, and Brett Howden makes it 2-0. Utah careless with the puck in their own zone, and Howden makes him pay. 6 seconds left in the minor. And Utah is down by a pair with 1:22 to go in the first period. It was a great bit of stick handling by Brett Howden in front of the Utah net.
Krovomelka came out to play that puck, Mike, and just kind of lost it. And the Mammoth were racing back to try and retrieve it, but they were already in trouble. And nice move there by Brett Howden to tuck it home.
Marner made a heck of a play on the wall, just basically frightening J.J. Peterka off the puck and centering for Howden. 1:22 to go in the first period, and the Golden Knights double their lead with a shorty. Sent around the wall by Vegas as Smith comes out of the box. We're back to 5-on-5, and Utah is 0 for 2 on the Rio Tinto power play. And that special teams battle we talked about, that Vegas, we knew what they would have the advantage in coming into this series. Oh, it's turned dramatically in the Golden Knights' favor again here in Game 4. under a minute to go in the first. 2-0 the score after the tally from Brett Howden. His 10th career playoff goal. It's his 4th season with the Golden Knights. He missed 20 games with a lower body injury back in March. Had 12 goals on a shortened season. He had himself an overtime winner against Utah last season when the Mammoth were at the Fortress. Face-off controlled by Utah on their own end. Liam O'Brien is able to knock this to center after he took a hit. Golden Knights have it back. Shots, according to the scoreboard, are 7-3. Talked about the pace in this game and how it's favored Utah, but the Golden Knights are up by a pair as Karel Vejmelka snags a Jack Eichel shot that looked to be heading wide. 38 seconds remaining in the first period.
Vegas scored early, 1:13 in, and they score late with 1:22 left to go in the first. In between that, Mike, pretty even, 17 minutes and 26 seconds, but an early one and a late one to make it 2-0. Tough to swallow there for the Mammoth. First time in this series they've allowed 2 goals in a first period.
We saw the Anaheim Ducks go down 2-0 last night to the Edmonton Oilers early in that game, and the Ducks came storming back and eventually won it in overtime. A little bit of controversy there in Anaheim. Puck at the side of the Utah net, sent across, slap shot by Hanifin, finally stabbed by Yamamoto. The outlets looking for Gunther one-on-one with Hanifin up the ice. 15 seconds left in the period. Carter Hart behind his own net. Golden Knights have possession. Rasmus Anderson's in no hurry. He vaults this all the way down, and it's going to be an icing whistle against Vegas, so not exactly what Rasmus Anderson was hoping for there, and I'm not sure what his complaint is. He's chatting with one of our linesmen, but that looked like a pretty clear icing on Anderson, who just needed to skate with the puck for a couple seconds, but Utah will get an offensive zone face-off out of this. And so head coach Andre Tourigny will send out Stenlund to try and win it against Eichel. Stenlund will be on his offside.
You're in a situation with 2.7 seconds left. You got plenty of time to win a face-off and get a quick scoring chance on Carter Hart here.
Golden Knights set up a 4-man wall in front of their goaltender. And is Stenlund going to get chased out? Nope, not yet. Looks like a soccer set piece with the 4-man wall in front of Hart. Eichel against Stenlund. Puck in front, and it's whacked to the corner by the Golden Knights. A little bit of shoving after the whistle, and that draws a crowd in the corner. Stenlund and Hanifin exchanging a couple shoves. Krause in there as well. Rasmus Anderson standing on the perimeter, directing traffic. And that'll be that. The Mammoth will head to the first intermission dressing room down by 2 goals. 2-0 after tallies from Pavel Dorofeev and Brett Howden of Vegas. Utah has work to do, and so does Adrian Denny when we come back after this on Hockey Night in Utah.
I'm Kyler Yamamoto. You're listening to Utah Mammoth Hockey.
The best way to follow the Stanley Cup playoffs is here. The NHL app is your place to get every highlight from every game of every series. Behind-the-scenes playoff content you won't get anywhere else. The most NHL Edge advanced stats, keeping you up to date from round 1 through the Stanley Cup final. When it comes to following the playoffs, don't settle for anything less. The Stanley Cup playoffs are better on the NHL app.
Hey, Utah, are you ready for the Utah Mammoth to hit the ice? Catch every moment of the action with Mammoth Plus. Stream games, watch anywhere, and get games and highlights anytime. Stream at UtahMammothPlus.com.
KSL Sports, Utah's sports leader, connecting you with your favorite local teams and the action you love. Live game coverage and news with KSL Sports Zone Radio, KSL 5 Television, and KSLSports.com. Live and streaming, insider analysis, and podcasts from the pros. Utah's sports leader, KSL Sports. On air, online, and on the KSL Sports app.
Did you know that at Chevron, you can fuel up on unbeatable mileage and savings? With Chevron Rewards, you'll get 25 cents off per gallon on your next 5 visits. All you have to do is download the Chevron app and join to start saving on fuel. Then you can keep fueling up on other things like adventure, memories, vacations, daycations, quality time, and so many other possibilities. Head to your nearest Chevron station to fuel up and get rewarded today. Terms apply. See ChevronTexcoRewards.com for more details.
For more than a century and through 4 generations, Far Better Ice Cream has been bringing families together. A true Utah legend, Far Better Ice Cream can be found in your local grocery store or favorite restaurant. From classic flavors that have stood the test of time to new creations that push the boundaries of deliciousness, Far's Ice Cream has something for every taste and every occasion. Visit your local grocery store and grab your favorite Far's flavors. Remember, Far Better Ice Cream. Only the best for family and friends.
Make game day yours. Tickets, food and drinks, stats, and streaming. Everything you need is in the Utah Mammoth app. Download today and make game night easy. Download on both Android and iPhone. Tusk Top.
Clayton Keller fires a frozen rope. This is the Hockey Night in Utah. First intermission report.
Follow the leader.
Here's Adrian Denny.
Ivan Barbashev is a human wrecking machine. Here comes Eichel. In with Dorofeev. Denied by Vejmelka this time.
Karel Vejmelka for the Mammoth in that first period, stopping 6. The Golden Knights have a 2-0 lead after 20 here in Game 4. It was Utah who led 2-0 after 20 in our last meeting on Friday night. It's the Golden Knights looking to even up this series, headed back to the T-Mobile Arena, where we now know we will face off in Game 5 at 8 p.m. Mountain Time on Wednesday evening. 40 big minutes left to go, though, here from the Delta Center in a contest where Vegas scored 1 minute and 13 seconds in, and then they scored with 1:22 left to go in the first. So 17 minutes and 26 seconds of 1-0 hockey, where the Mammoth drew a couple of penalties, had a couple of power plays, looking to get that equalizer before Vegas was able to make it 2-0 off of a clearing attempt that was fielded by Karel Vejmelka, and the Mammoth just couldn't manage it, and Brett Howden was there for his first of the playoffs. So Vegas up by a count at 2-0. Some notes for you from that first period of play. 7 of the 8 shots from Vegas were within 30 feet of the net. In this series coming into tonight, Vegas scoring all 7 of their goals from within 17 feet of the net. So Golden Knights doing a good job of getting in tight on Karel Vejmelka on those scoring chances, because Karel in this playoffs so far has seen the 5th most high danger chances of any goalie in the Stanley Cup playoffs, and his save percentage of .916 is .017 better than expected. Veggie has seen some close range shots. He's made some huge stops, and you can tell Vegas in that first period looking to ratchet it down even more, getting closer to the Utah goal where they scored a pair, one early and one late. Here's something we don't usually see. 6 of the 8 players on the ice in the first period that were the fastest in that opening frame belonged to Vegas. After entering tonight, the Mammoth had 20 more speed bursts of 21 miles per hour or more than did Vegas, but in that first period, we noticed the pace that Vegas was playing with and thought that in some instances the Mammoth were able to counter it pretty well. But Utah down 2-0. A pretty nice opening period from Vegas after having a couple days here in Salt Lake to get back and try and come out with a strong start to even up this contest and this series, where they trail 2-1 with the Golden Knights looking to take one here and head back home to Vegas with that home ice advantage. So down by a pair after 20 for Utah. We'll come back. We'll hear a conversation our very own Sarah Merrifield had a little earlier with John Marino as we roll back to downtown Salt Lake City. We are in Game 4 of this first round series with Utah and Vegas. Mammoth up 2-1, but the Golden Knights have a 2-0 lead after 20 right here on Hockey Night in Utah.
Mammoth Nation, it's Mike Fulton. Join me and Nasher, Tyson Nash.
Talk about a pair of coconuts.
As we chop it up on Nashcast.
Here we go.
Here we go. Ding, ding. Join us for great stories, Nash Crashers, and plenty of laughs. New episodes drop Wednesdays at 8 on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Bring the thunder.
This season, Mountain Land Supply is teaming up with Utah Mammoth to support families in need. For every Mammoth assist, Mountain Land Supply will donate $20 to Primary Children's Hospital to provide critical care and resources to children in need. The Utah Mammoth organization is proud to match these donations dollar for dollar up to $20,000. Together, we can make a difference.
Utah Mammoth are here for an exciting season. And Trucordia, the group name for a nationwide insurance brokerage based here in Utah, is proud to be a founding partner. The Trucordia companies deliver insurance solutions to help you protect what matters most. Home plus auto, employee benefits, construction, cyber. Trucordia blocks risks to help you ensure your goals. Learn more at Trucordia, spelled TRUCORDIA.com. Nothing does more to help communities grow and thrive than small business. That's why America First Credit Union is proud to partner with the Utah Jazz to present the Utah Jazz Small Business Spotlight, recognizing the incredible impact of local business across Utah. Each season, America First Credit Union is giving small business a chance to shine with a custom sponsorship package valued at up to $200,000, which could include in-game, broadcast, and social media exposure. Nominate a deserving business today at americafirst.com/jazz. America First Credit Union, official credit union of the Utah Jazz.
Breaking down the first 20.
Listen to Utah.
Getting you ready for period 2.
We're used to seeing it.
Hockey Night in Utah rolls on. Here's AD, Adrian Denny.
Mammoth down 2-0 after 1 here in Game 4, this first-round series. Adrian Denny back with you at the Delta Center. There have been 3 comeback wins here in these playoffs so far of teams trailing by 2 and coming back to get a victory. 2 of them came last night, Anaheim and Edmonton. Ducks opened last night up 2-1 on the Oilers, fell behind 2-0 and came back to win the game 4-3 in overtime. Tampa Bay and Montreal last night also had a 2-goal deficit erased as the Lightning came back to win that one in regulation. The Mammoth 5 comeback wins this season of 2 or more goals. 3 of them came here at the Delta Center. Let's catch up with John Marino a little earlier. Him and our own Sarah Merrifield had a chance to get together.
John, I know we've talked about how special it is to play on home ice in front of this crowd. What did you get a chance to absorb in Game 3 with this energy?
Yeah, the fans have been incredible. I think they really helped us in Game 3, and obviously you can already tell here we're going to try to feed off it and use it to our advantage.
How important is adaptability in a long playoff series?
What's that?
How important is adaptability in a long playoff series?
Yeah, each game's a little different, right? Especially one team backs push against the wall. You could say, every game's the biggest game in the series, but especially this one too, swing game. So yeah, for sure.
We're already experiencing it, the volume and communication, but how important is communication for your group when it's this loud?
Yeah, try to hear each other when we can, but yeah, obviously communication's going to be huge out there, yeah.
Thanks so much. Good luck tonight.
Thanks.
There's Sarah Merrifield and John Marino here from the Delta Center. Utah looking to generate a little more offense from close range. We told you Vegas did a good job in that first period. 8 of their 9 shots were from within 30 feet of the net. Meanwhile, Utah has just 3 total slot shots in the last 4 periods of play. That's 3 shots from within the circles in the last 2 games here from the Delta Center. So the Mammoth down by a count of 2-0 in a rare period where Gunther, Cooley, and Yamamoto were dominating. They were out-attempted 6-1 and outshot 2-0 there in that first period. Here at the Delta Center, our Utah Mammoth drumline entertaining during the first intermission here. And the Mammoth and head coach Andre Turney and his staff looking to come out and tilt things as we go to the second period like they did in Game 2. Again, Mammoth down 2-0, but last night showed in the NHL, 2 of the 3 games had 2-goal deficits erased for the trailing team to come back and win. We'll come back with Mike Folta's first period highlights as we roll back to downtown Salt Lake City and the Delta Center. 2-0 Vegas after 1 on Hockey Night in Utah.
Enjoy more ways to save at Smith's, like low prices in every aisle. And when you download the Smith's app, you can clip and save more with digital coupons every week. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. At Smith's, you can enjoy more ways to save and more rewards every time you shop. So it's always easy to save big every day with savings and rewards. Smith's, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
KSL Sports, Utah's sports leader, connecting you with your favorite local teams and the action you love. Live game coverage and news with KSL Sports Zone Radio, KSL 5 Television, and KSLSports.com. Live and streaming, insider analysis, and podcasts from the pros. Utah's sports leader, KSL Sports. On air, online, and on the KSL Sports app.
Tax season is here, and this year, refunds are looking a little bigger. Before it quietly slips into groceries, gas, and that never-ending list of monthly expenses, invest it in your future with a new home. Right now, Visionary Homes will match your tax refund or any funds up to $10,000 and double it towards your down payment. That's right, your refund just got promoted. Don't let your refund vanish. Double it. Visit visionaryhomes.com and make your move today. Terms and conditions apply.
In America, the future belongs to everyone, so we built the vehicles of the future for everyone. Command the road with America's best-selling trucks for 46 years and counting, Ford F-Series. Gear up and head out in an all-wheel drive Ford SUV, perfect for the mountain, city, and everywhere in between. Or check out Ford's adventurous new lineup like Bronco, Bronco Sport, and Maverick. Inventory has arrived. Head to your local Ford stores today for big cash back, low APR, and great lease offers based on 1977 to 2022 CY total sales.
Utah putting on a show.
Period 1 highlights.
It's all gas, no brakes for the Mountain Blue. The Utah Mammoth look to press their advantage tonight against a hungry Vegas Golden Knights outfit. It's Game 4 between the Mammoth and the Golden Knights. Rasmus Andersson sends it around the wall as Uyghur bumps into Jack Eichel. Eichel in front, Dorofeev scores! Here comes Riley Smith, a drive, stopped by Vejmelka with a glove arm. Here comes Eichel, in with Dorofeev, denied by Vejmelka this time. Here comes Cole Smith, rampaging up the near side, taken up against the glass. 2 hits there, one by Uyghur and one by Tanev on Smith, who's a big body in the corner. Mammoth have time for maybe one more entry. Look out, Marner centered, Stone, now it's Howden, he scores! A shorthanded goal by the Golden Knights, and Brett Howden makes it 2-0.
One early, one late. Vegas up 2-0 after 20 out shooting Utah 8-3. Mammoth drew both power plays. 2 of Utah's 3 shots coming from Dylan Guenther on the power play. Mammoth out hit Vegas 18-12 in that first period. Mackenzie Uyghur led the way with 4. Kyler Yamamoto had 3 hits for the Mammoth as they trail Vegas 2-0. Golden Knights looking to tie up this series at 2, heading back to Vegas. One thing for the Mammoth, in that first period, they allowed 5 chances off of turnovers in that opening period, and they did not create a chance off of a forced turnover when Vegas had the puck. So you look at that opening frame from Utah, you saw Vegas make some adjustments. You know, the Mammoth will come back and look to counter a couple things after a full intermission as we get ready to start the second, when Mike Folta rejoins you for the middle frame. 2-0 Golden Knights after 1, right here from the Delta Center on Hockey Night Utah.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to GoodRx.com/weight loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
Every new day is a chance to be kinder to your body and your mind. U of U Health is here to help you build strength and confidence every day. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz, Utah Mammoth, Utes Athletics, Utah Grizzlies, and the Salt Lake Bees. Take the first step today at uofuhealth.org.
At Atlas Investment Management, we get to know you. Unlike the large national firms, we are right here in your community. We take the time to understand your goals, your dreams, your story. And then we build a proactive, hands-on strategy around them. Because outperform isn't just our tagline, it's who we are. Atlas Investment Management, where you are our focus.
Investment advisory services offered through Ignite Planners, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hurt in a car wreck, dog bite, slip and fall. Just call Quick Swap. One call, that's all.
After a car wreck, dealing with big insurance companies on your own can hurt your case. One call, that's all means we take care of everything. From dealing with insurance companies to helping you find doctors and repair shops, we're here to guide you from start to finish. Call Craig Swap & Associates today at 801-444-4444.
One call, that's all.
The biggest games in the world.
Ovechkin fires! He scores!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
It's time for the middle frame.
Putting his body on the line.
Period 2 begins now.
Rally towels in the air. Delta Center is alive.
Here's Mike Folta.
The Mountain Blue faithful have their white rally towels in the air, trying to propel their team back into the mix. Right now, Utah is down 2-0 to start this second period. Mike Folta here with you on Hockey Night in Utah, opening up Act 2 of Game 4. Vegas plays the puck in deep behind Karel Vejmelka, who stopped 6 of 8 in the first period. Vegas scored a 5-on-5 goal and a shorthanded goal. Dorofeev and Howden were the markers. This is tipped on net. Vejmelka save it, still loose. Vejmelka fighting through some traffic, and it's set to the corner. Mammoth unable to clear. Now they're in full control. Up ahead for Keller. This ends up in the Mammoth bench right next to the door, and we'll have a neutral zone draw 30 seconds into period number 2. Well, Utah has struggled to exert its will on Vegas these last couple periods of play, and that goes back to Game 3. Utah had just 3 shots on goal in the first period here tonight. They had 1 shot on goal in the third period of Game 3. That's just 4 total shots on goal over the last 2 periods of play. Now, the Mammoth were defending a lead back in period 3 of Game 3, but nonetheless, Vegas has had the puck on their stick a whole lot more recently. Sent in deep by the Golden Knights. Utah breaking it ahead with Kyler Yamamoto. He flings one this way. Gunther pushes it down, sends it off the pads of Hart. Rebound was there in the slot. Barbashev gets it out. Here come the Golden Knights with Eichel leading the attack. He swerves his way in on the right wing. Sergachev will keep it moving behind the Mammoth net. It rolls in front of Vejmelka, and finally he throws his glove on it to melt things down a minute into period 2. Another face-off coming up next to Karel Vejmelka. Been really good throughout this series. Entering tonight, a .916 save percentage. Stenlund will come out with Tanev and Kerfoot for head coach Andre Tourigny. Kevin Stenlund, Utah's best face-off man. He'll take it against Mitch Marner, who helped create the shorthanded goal back in the first period for Vegas. Golden Knights win the draw. Jeremy Lauzon guides this around the wall. It's Riley Smith back of goal. Mark Stone feeds the middle, and a save by Vejmelka on Marner. Mammoth are able to get this out across the line. Kerfoot dumps it in, but a really good chance for Mitch Marner after the setup from below the goal line by Mark Stone in the Utah zone. Tanev delivers a hard hit on Lauzon. Lauzon was looking right at Tanev and almost looked like he was ready to drop the gloves. Marino banks this off the end wall, and Caden Korzak settles it down for the Golden Knights. Vegas trying to break the pressure, and they do get this as far as center. John Marino vacuums it back in. Has some trouble with a forecheck of Mitch Marner. Marner with 4 assists in this series so far, no goals. Here's Mark Stone sending it back against the grain in the Utah end. Marino up the boards for Kerfoot and swung down the ice. Vegas tips it right back in. Lawson Krause and Nate Schmidt are back forward, but somehow Tomas Hertl beat everybody to the puck. This is Kolasar near wing. He curls on the near side. His pass comes to Hertl, who sent one towards the front, angled away by a body in front of Amelka. Puck in the trapezoid of the Utah zone. Kolasar controlling and throwing one through the slot. And this comes all the way out to center. 2.5 gone by here in the second period. Shea Theodore, the puck on his stick, getting it to neutral ice. J.J. Peterka trying to win it back. Peterka had himself in a eventful first period. Howden taken out by Carcone in the Mammoth zone. Ian Cole pins his man up against the boards as there's 2 Golden Knights and 2 Mammoth in the corner. Now Sean Dursey evens the odds a little bit. Still loose. Comes to the face-off dot for Carcone, and here is Dursey able to pedal to neutral ice. Back on the stick of Rasmus Anderson. Look out, a partial 2-on-1, and Ian Cole knocked it away from Colton Sissons. It's just a little out of the reach of Sissons and Cole Smith. Otherwise, it would have been an odd man rush. Hanifin shoots wide in the Utah zone. Anderson jumps onto a loose disc and shuffles one through the blue paint and wide. Hanifin again left point. He sends this down the wall. Hanifin stabs it near point. Flinging one wide, and they score! Tipped in by Cole Smith. It was going wide, and Smith got a tip on it to make it 3-0. 3.5 minutes gone by in the second period, and Vegas is out to a 3-spot lead. And the fourth liner, Cole Smith, has his first goal of the series. That shot was going wide by 5 feet. And Cole Smith redirected it down off the ice and past Vejmelka on the short side.
That's a heck of a play by Smith, Mike. That just wasn't a redirect. He got his stick on the puck and kind of threw it in, kind of like a Michigan from 15 feet out, in a matter of speaking.
I mean, that shot was not even close to the net. And Dursey had positioning on Smith. He just couldn't take away the stick. And it bounced down off the ice and through Vejmelka on the short side. 3.5 minutes gone by in the second period. Mammoth iced the puck, and it is all Vegas here in Game 4.
Well, the Mammoth going to look to change something in this series, Mike. The third goal has been the game-winning goal in the first 3 games so far. Utah going to try and get now at least 3, 4 to win it on Carter Hart.
It's Cole Smith's first ever playoff goal. He was picked up in a trade from Nashville right before the trade deadline. Vegas sent over a 3rd-round pick and a prospect for the depth forward Smith, who's been really good on this 4th line for Vegas. Cooley's going to get called for a penalty here on Dorofeev. At center, Logan Cooley just threw down Pavel Dorofeev, and that was an easy call. Frustration settling in for the Mammoth early in period 2, and Utah has to get its wits together.
Penalty number 92, 2 minutes, interference.
So Cooley will go to the penalty box. And yeah, he just gave Dorofeev a shove up high and tossed him down. That was well behind the play. Unnecessary, just Cooley trying to let Pavel Dorofeev know he was there, and unfortunately he let everybody know he was there. First penalty kill of the game for the Mammoth. This Vegas power play was 0 for 4 back in Game 3 when Utah won 4-2. Vegas wins the draw. Stone wide open, left circle, shoots, and a blocker save made by Vejmelka through traffic. Dorofeev down to the corner, then whisked along by Stone, the captain for Vegas. Eichel having trouble with Sergachev, and it's moved ahead by Utah. Krause up ahead for Stenlund, shorthanded. The Mammoth will kill some time. Utah playing keep away as finally Sergachev sends it all the way down. 30 seconds already gone by in the Cooley minor. This is Shea Theodore. He has been promoted to this top power play unit. Marner on the second unit now for Vegas, with head coach John Tortorella moving some of his chess pieces around the board. Mark Stone angles it back for Dorofia. Theodore on the blue line. Vegas leading 3-0. They've added to their lead here early in the second. Up top for Theodore on this new look power play. Backhanded shot by Barbashev was more of a pass, and it was off the stick of Eichel and wide. Theodore kept it in for Stone near side boards. Eichel with a tight turn on Ian Cole, feeds the middle, and a save made by Vejmelka in tight on Barbashev. 50 seconds left in the Cooley minor. That pass ends up all the way out of the zone. Barbashev missed his mark. Mammoth can get some fresh penalty killers out there. Here comes Theodore. Stick handling up the ice. He'll go off on a change, it looks like. So the second unit is out there now for Vegas. Marner gains the line for Tomas Hertl. He also has been demoted to this second unit. Around it comes from Marner. He hands it off to Hannafin. He walks the tightrope. This way for Rasmus Andersson. Hannafin, a one-timer, tipped wide off his stick. John Marino on the outlet. Lawson Krause motors to center. Krause weaving his way through a couple of Golden Knights and then slams Hannafin up against the end wall. Puck in deep behind Carter Hart. Power play time over, and Cooley's out of the box. We're back to 5-on-5. Utah is 1 for 1 on the penalty kill, and an offside whistle brings us to a stoppage with just over 14 minutes remaining in the second period.
8 straight penalties killed by the Mammoth after Vegas started this series 2 for 2. And Mike, I thought on Friday the Mammoth really kind of channeled their emotion and frustration from penalties into the penalty kill, and I think they did a really good job of it right there, dialing down on a frustrated penalty by Logan Cooley to keep this game 3-0 as Cooley joins Keller, Gunther, Dursey, and Weegar for an offensive zone draw.
Yeah, that's a moment right there where the game could get away from you. You're already down 3-0. You're frustrated right after the goal. You take a bad penalty and you send out some really dangerous players for the Golden Knights on the power play, but that penalty kill was pretty authoritative by Utah. No shots on goal for Vegas on that power play. Not quite 6 minutes gone by in the second period. Vegas leading 3-0. This will be Dylan Gunther now at the offensive zone faceoff against Nick Dowd. And Gunther wins it back. Slap shot from Weegar, and he sailed it high, but wait a minute. They blow this play dead. That never happened. So we'll reload this face-off. It'll be Gunther, Keller, and Cooley out there, as you said.
Yeah, it was kind of a delayed whistle there off of the non-face-off that made Mackenzie Weegar look like a bad guy to everybody west of St. George here.
That's one where luckily Weegar didn't hit Carter Hart, because then Vegas would not be happy. Keller in front, backhander, denied, point-blank range by Hart. It's loose. Cooley jostling with Dowd. Kept in the zone for the moment by Utah. Dowd gets to it, and Vegas locates the escape valve. Clayton Keller tried to find some daylight there on the far post with a backhander that Carter Hart was all over. Not a lot of room for Keller to operate, and Hart was able to mop it up. Over 6 minutes gone by in the second period, 3-0, Mammoth down. Lifted ahead by Weegar as Eichel gloves it down at center. Available for Cooley, he overskated. Sean Dursey fires one ahead, tape to tape for Cooley. A give and go with Keller, and then just out of Cooley's reach. Golden Knights give it away. Keller in the middle. Tanev back for Cooley. Broken up by McNabb, and it goes behind the Vegas net. Brandon Tanev trying to get it across to Cooley, who would have had a tap-in goal. And it was broken up by the defensive defenseman, Braden McNabb, in the last second. O'Brien shoots one wide. Just missed the right toe of Carter Hart. Pavel Dorofeyev shoots off the pads of Vejmelka here in the Mammoth zone. Dorofeyev rubbed out on the far wing. Lausanne's pass is available for Nate Schmidt. Around it comes for Marino. John Marino with a bank pass for Stenlund. Tanev was calling for it. He gets it and sends Nate Schmidt on his way. Tanev got hit hard in front of the Utah bench. Krause keeps this in the offensive zone. A handoff to Schmaltz. Dancing in. Schmaltz fanned on the shot. Loose for Krause. He collects. Weegar across. Sergachev. Schmaltz up high. looking in. Keller drills one. Pad save made by the goaltender Hart. Taken by Dorofeev, and the Golden Knights cannot escape. Keller keeps it in. Keller right down the middle. Walks in. Denied by Hart after a backhander. Schmaltz working with Keller and Weegar down low. Sergachev on the half wall for Schmaltz up high. Krause steps in. Keller's pass broken up. Schmaltz on the overlap. Keller zips it back. Sergachev across. Krause shoots. Tip. They score! Mammoth are on the board! Schmaltz tapped it in, and it's 3-1. Hard work paying off for the Mountain Blue. 12 to go in the second period. Nick Schmaltz, after a save by Carter Hart, finally was able to knock it past the Vegas netminder just on the short side beyond the blocker of Hart. And Schmaltz has his first goal of the series. It's 3-1.
Mike, you can kind of feel the momentum start to shift after the Mammoth killed that penalty, didn't allow a shot. But a shift by Tanev, O'Brien, and Stenlund really kind of got the Mammoth sparked there when Turbo had that look for Cooley that didn't connect.
It's Nick Schmaltz's first career playoff goal. He played in 4 playoff games with Chicago as a rookie back in 2017. These are just his second playoff games, second set of playoff games. It was the fourth line that got it started, as you said, Adrian, and then that top line got out there and went to work. Here's Ian Cole. Scorches one. Scores! And the Mammoth go back-to-back. 1-goal game. And this place is on fire. Ian Cole says hello to the series. That was a bomb from the veteran blue liner Ian Cole off the post and in. Mammoth score on back-to-back shots. And Utah has 2 goals in the span of 29 seconds to make it 3-2.
JJ Peterka going to pick up his first career playoff point there. Sean Dursey going to get the primary assist. Mammoth defenseman once again involved in the scoring, Mike, after Mikhail Sergachev picked up his first point of the playoffs on the Schmaltz goal. Mammoth D up to 9 points in 4 games.
2 goals in less than 30 seconds from the Mammoth. 1 from Nick Schmaltz, 1 from Ian Cole, and this puck goes out of play into the Utah bench. 11:21 remaining in the second period. They were still announcing the first goal when Ian Cole scored the second. And that puck out of play is a break for Vegas because it means we're in a media timeout and the Golden Knights can catch their breath because here come the Utah Mammoth and here comes the Delta Center. We'll be right back in just a moment. 3-2 the score after goals from Schmaltz and Cole. It's hockey night in Utah.
I'm Nick Schmaltz. You are listening to Utah Mammoth Hockey.
Utah Mammoth are here for an exciting season. And Trucordia, the group name for a nationwide insurance brokerage based here in Utah, is proud to be a founding partner. The Trucordia companies deliver insurance solutions to help you protect what matters most. Home plus auto, employee benefits, construction, cyber. Trucordia blocks risks to help you ensure your goals. Learn more at Trucordia, spelled TRUCORDIA.com.
KSL Sports, Utah's sports leader, connecting you with your favorite local teams and the action you love. Live game coverage and news with KSL Sports Zone Radio, KSL 5 Television, and KSLSports.com. Live and streaming, insider analysis, and podcasts from the pros. Utah's sports leader, KSL Sports. On air, online, and on the KSL Sports app.
For over a century, one name stands above the rest when it comes to ice cream and bringing families together. Far Better Ice Cream creates magical moments, one delicious scoop at a time. From your favorite childhood flavors to exciting new combinations, Far's has something to satisfy every craving. Visit your local grocery store and take your favorite Far's flavor home with you, or grab a scoop during the game. Far Better Ice Cream, bringing families together for more than a century, one scoop at a time. Far Better Ice Cream, only the best for family and friends.
This is the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Logan Cooley has Utah's first Stanley Cup playoff goal
on Hockey Night in Utah.
3-0 Vegas is now 3-2 Vegas after Nick Schmaltz gets his first of the playoffs, and 29 seconds later, Ian Cole gets his first. Mike, you just kind of had a feeling after you got 4 goals on 12 shots against Carter Hart Friday, just 3 in the first period here, and you're down 3-0. If you could just get some offense generated, get some pucks on net, you could get back in this one quickly.
And I give credit to the penalty kill for Utah that kept it at 3-0. Right now, Vegas is in the offensive zone. 3-2 the score, 11 to go in the second period. Shot tipped wide of Amelka. Cole Smith got stood up by Marino. Now it's loose in the far corner of the Mammoth zone. That's Sissons who wraps it around the wall. Utah's fourth line is hemmed in a bit right now. Tanev with a hit on McNabb. McDowd plays the puck, and we've got a whistle here. Is this a penalty on Brandon Tanev? I didn't see a call. It's going against Vegas.
Vegas penalty. Number 22 has a 2-minute minor for hooking.
Hooking the call against Cole Smith of Vegas, and he is irate. 10:46 to go in the second period. And yeah, I mean, he got his stick up on the hands of Kevin Stenlund.
And Mike, not only did that penalty take place in the Vegas offensive zone, but they had kind of gotten Utah back on their heels there and were trying to get the momentum back. Now the Mammoth on the power play with a chance to tie.
Second penalty on Cole Smith in this game. He thought he had a clean stick lift, but his stick was in the hands of Stenlund and prevented him from playing the puck. So Vegas gets a clear off the draw. It's the third Rio Tinto power play of the game for Utah, and this roof would blow off if the Mammoth can tie the game here. Logan Cooley races in. Cooley centers, bouncing puck behind the Vegas net. Loose, Eichel around the wall. Sergachev couldn't keep it in. It's all the way back down. This Vegas penalty kill has been very strong, holding Utah to just 1 shot over the previous 2 power plays. Mammoth were on the power play just once in Game 3. They were 1 for 1. It was an opportunistic type of night for Utah. Pass across, Gunther stabs it. Gunther in front, save, Hart, rebound, held in. Sergachev this way. Cooley, right circle. Keller, Cooley back out, hands it off to Sergachev. Cooley looks in front, Schmaltz fires off a stick and out of play. That was Marner standing right in front of Nick Schmaltz and preventing that shot from reaching the net. 59 seconds left in the Cole Smith penalty. Mitch Marner, the former Toronto Maple Leaf, played with William Nylander in Toronto. William Nylander was a former teammate with the Chicago Mission. And Nick Schmaltz, they were line mates as teenagers. Pretty good line there. Face-off won by Vegas in their defending zone on the PK. Rasmus Andersson sends this down. Remember, the Golden Knights have themselves a shorthanded goal already in this game. It was Brett Howden who scored it, and it was Marner who created the turnover. 40 seconds to go in the power play. A drop pass for Logan Cooley. Here he comes, galloping up the ice. Cooley pivots in, lost the handle. Marner gets it and clears it out. 30 seconds to go in the power play. Mammoth had a couple of looks moments ago before that last face-off. Second unit coming out right now. This is Krause picking his way through center. Krause rampaging in, rolls it to Hart, and he stops the play. 15 seconds left in the Cole Smith minor. And the second unit will have enough time to work with, but not enough time to play with. Kerfoot, Krause, Peterka, Carcone, and Mackenzie Weegar. It's Kerfoot hunched over at the faceoff out against Colton Sissons. One back for Uyghur. Mammoth in the offensive zone. Uyghur tees one up. Peterka skating in. Kraus open. Fires. Missed high. He was open in between the circles. Kerfoot around for Peterka on the far wing as he battles with Sissons. Penalty time is now over. This way. Carconi a blast. And it was blockered away by Hart. The rebound was too hot to handle for Peterka on the back door. And it's sent all the way down by the Golden Knights. Utah is 0 for 3 on the Rio Tinto power play. 8.5 to go here in the second period. Dorofeev with a shot that missed wide. Vegas right back in the attacking end. 3-2 the score. Carconi with a steal. And he prances out to center. That allows Utah to make a couple changes. Golden Knights have it back. Here's Caden Korzak, the 25-year-old from Yorkton, Saskatchewan. Back for Mackenzie Uyghur. Around it comes Liam O'Brien. Takes the hit, but finds Kevin Stenlund. And now it's O'Brien trudging through center. O'Brien sends this in deep and was looking to hit Anderson. Stenlund on the far wing of the offensive zone for Utah. Fourth line out there. Pass came out of the zone. It was a little too spicy for Tanev as the Mammoth get back to it. Ian Cole through center. This is ramped in by Stenlund. Check delivered by Tanev on Theodore. Theodore's worn a couple of checks in this game. Now Ian Cole gets engaged. Shot tipped wide by Cole. Comes in front. Hart steers it away with the goal stick. Ivan Barbashev up the ice. One-on-one with Dursey. Barbashev had it cleanly knocked away by Dursey. He was all over it. Barbashev on the end of his shift as well. Didn't have much gas left in the tank. 3-2. 7:15 to go in the second. Mammoth back in this one after 2 goals within a span of 29 seconds from Nick Schmaltz and Ian Cole. John Marino flares this in behind Carter Hart in the Vegas zone. Yamamoto's locked up with Riley Smith. It's stolen by Korzak and hoisted out through center. Marino back onto it. Was acquired via trade right after Mikhail Sergachev was sent from Tampa to Utah during the 2024 NHL entry draft. 2 trades right there that totally changed the trajectory of this franchise before they even played their first game. Marino back with Nate Schmidt in their own zone. Utah looking for some space through the neutral zone, and this goes up and out of play a few rows deep into one of the far sections, and a nice catch is made by a fan wearing a light blue Masters hoodie. It counts as Mountain Blue. 6:26 to go in the second period. 3-2. Mammoth on the board and within a shot when we come back to the Delta Center on Hockey Night in Utah.
I'm Ian Cole, and you're listening to Utah Mammoth Hockey.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Looking for the perfect treat? Dive into True Fruit, where nature's fruit meets rich, indulgent chocolate. True Fruit's fresh fruit is hyper-chilled to lock in flavor and nutrition, with clean ingredients you can feel good about. Whether you're craving strawberries, cherries, or blueberries, True Fruit is your go-to snack. Find True Fruit in the freezer aisle, wherever you shop for your groceries. True Fruit. Indulge in the best of nature.
Utah, let's keep winning. On the court, on the ice, and in your business. Les Olson IT is your local partner for technology that never quits. From managed IT and cloud solutions to printers, copiers, security cameras, and alarms, Les Olson IT has got you covered. Celebrating 10 years in IT, backed by 70 years of trusted business experience. Les Olson IT, keeping Utah connected, secure, and ready to win.
Les Olson IT.
Uyghur and the Schmidt and Colsey, Sergey, those guys have a lot of experience and they seize the moment. They know how big is the moment and how hard it is to get there, so they want to put their best foot forwards, and so far they embrace it and they give us a great push.
That's Utah's head coach Andre Cherney talking about his veteran defensemen and their contributions to this series, both on the score sheet and in the room. Utah entered the postseason with the 5th most experienced blue line in the playoffs. It's Mikhail Sergachev, Mackenzie Weegar, Nate Schmidt, John Marino, Ian Cole, and Sean Dursey. And that is the most experienced part of this Mammoth team. Here is one of them, Mackenzie Weegar, shooting off a stick, and that goes into the protective netting, out of play. 3-2 the score. Vegas leading with 6:19 remaining in the second period here at the Delta Center.
Mike, how about the response by Utah? You know, during the course of a playoff series, there's going to be ebbs and flows, and maybe sometimes after a game where you jump up 4-0, the ebb will be a little more extreme, right? Utah down 3-0. Vegas, in the first 7 minutes of the second period, got 7 of the first 9 shots. Utah has 7 straight shots and the last 2 goals.
This is thrust ahead by the Golden Knights into the Utah zone and then quickly flown right back out by Mackenzie Weegar. Back the other way at the Utah line. Golden Knights almost offsides. Here they come on a clean play with Nick Dowd down to the corner. Dowd, low to high. McNabb's shot never made it through. Cole Smith has taken a couple penalties, I should say, and scored a goal. He's out there right now battling Schmaltz. Puck in the corner of the Utah end. Back up the wall for McNabb. Far side, Theodore rims it around. Dowd blew a tire, and Riley Smith angles it off the end wall behind the Mammoth net. This is Mark Stone using his skates to free up some space. Anderson down the wall. Vegas with some extended offensive zone possession time. Anderson loads, fires, knocked down in front of Amelka. Still loose. Weegar steers it to the far wall, but still in. Anderson jumps onto it, pumps it towards the net. Sergachev wore that one off the rump, and Clayton Keller clears to center. Not far enough for icing, so Utah can make some changes. Talking about offensive zone time, the Vegas Golden Knights, when John Tortorella took over with 8 games left in the regular season, they led the league in offensive zone time under Tortorella. Dorofeev squeezes through the check of Cooley, takes it behind the Utah net, then got erased by Ian Cole. Big hit by Barbashev on Dursey as the Mammoth try and win it back in their own zone. McNabb getting locked up by Gunther, who picked his pocket. And Utah ejects this as far as the center red stripe. Golden Knights have it back. Utah's got to be a little careful right now, shift by shift. Vegas is starting to tilt the ice here. 4.5 to go in the second period. Dursey takes a beating from Keegan Colasar. It's dug free by Howden. Around it comes Korzak, checked by Yamamoto, but it's Eichel now. Around behind for Howden as the Golden Knights work the puck around the perimeter. It's Eichel circling the Utah net. Eichel's got some space. Eichel deliberating. This way, Howden fans on a shot. His pass arrives slowly to Korzak. Down the boards. Eichel pass it out of the zone all the way down to self-clear. Mammoth can make a couple of quick changes. Brought ahead by Lauzon. Now a penalty coming up. Might have too many men out there. Yes, indeed. Vegas had too many men on the ice. It's another penalty against the Golden Knights.
Utah penalty, bench fire. Too many men on the ice.
Utah with too many men on the ice. It was a sloppy change by both sides, and the Mammoth got whistled with 3:46 to go in the second period. I thought that was going to be called against Vegas, but it's against the Mammoth for having too many men on the ice, and Utah will be shorthanded with 3:46 to go in the second period when we come back. 3-2 the score. Mammoth down by a goal at the Delta Center.
I'm Alex Kerfoot. You're listening to Utah Mammoth Hockey.
Hurt in a car wreck, dog bite, slip and fall. Just call Quick Swap. One call, that's all.
After a car wreck, dealing with big insurance companies on your own can hurt your case. One call, that's all means we take care of everything. From dealing with insurance companies to helping you find doctors and repair shops, we're here to guide you from start to finish. Call Craig Swap & Associates today at 801-444-4444.
One call, that's all.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
The Utah Mammoth know the value of a strong defense. And at home, your defense against plumbing problems is Beehive Plumbing, the preferred plumbing provider of the Utah Mammoth. Right now, score big with Beehive Plumbing's water heater and drain specials, including $50 off any plumbing service. Don't sit in the penalty box with plumbing troubles. Call Beehive Plumbing today at 801-948-2687 or visit beehiveplumbing.com. Beehive Plumbing, trusted by Utah, trusted by the Mammoth.
Got to approach it the same way. I think they're a great power play. They still had some great looks. Tried to bring them into a fight that we wanted. Obviously, they're going to be doing a lot of video and seeing what they can do to pick us apart. So we got to be doing the same and just know that things are constantly going to be changing.
It's Utah's Lawson Krause talking about the penalty kill and what made it successful in Game 3 when the Mammoth were 4 for 4. They're on the PK for the second time in this game right now after Utah had too many men on the ice. 3.5 to go in the second period. Mammoth down by a goal. Finally, Vegas gets to a puck to start the power play. Looks like they're starting with their second unit, with Anderson and Hannafin running things on the blue line. This is Hannafin skating downhill, deferring back to Marner in the high slot. Mitch Marner curling to the far wing, pass into the skates of Hannafin. He'll maneuver to the right point position. Anderson loads and fires off a stick and high. It's gloved down by Sergachev. Mammoth get to it. Stenlin's able to wind it down with the linesman diving, dipping, and ducking out of the way. Oh, give credit there to James Tobias for getting out of the way. A minute to go in the power play for Vegas. They haven't had anything going yet. Mark Stone's out there. He'll gain the blue line and take the puck wide on Marino. Kerfoot engages as well. Eichel on the near side shoots. Kick save made by Vejmelka. Loose puck goes behind the Utah net. Oh, might have gone off the post. Loose. Mammoth get it to the line. Held in by Theodore. It was one of the Golden Knights that had a great crack at net, and it might have gone off the post. Held in the zone for the moment by Vegas, and finally Nate Schmidt deposits it all the way down. 25 to go in the power play for Vegas. It's their second of the game. Deep drop pass for Jack Eichel as he starts to accelerate. Eichel in across the line. Barbashev high slot. His shot blocked by Ian Cole. Held in the zone by Theodore. Down the wall it goes as Ian Cole retrieves behind his own net. Hard off the boards, but gloved down by Eichel and kept in. Loose and spanked down by Stenlin. Power play time for Vegas over. Yamamoto's out of the penalty box, and the Mammoth are 2 for 2 on the penalty kill. 3-2, Vegas leading with 1:35 to go in the second period, and the Mammoth think that the Vegas Golden Knights just cleared this out of play, and it should be a delay of game minor. Head coach Andre Tourigny is giving it to the officials right now. That puck went out of play and hit part of the glass along the bench. Sean Dursey's pointing to it right now, and our officials are conferring. If it hit the glass around the boards, it's not a delay of game penalty, but when a puck goes over the bench area, the officials can make a call on it. And it's a judgment call. And it looks like this is not going to be a penalty on Vegas. 1:35 to go in period 2. Coming up is our Mark Miller Subaru second intermission report. Offensive zone faceoff for Schmaltz, Keller, and Krause. One back by Schmaltz. Weegar delaying at the blue line, wristing one off the blocker of Carter Hart. Schmaltz gobbles up the rebound and couldn't quite feather one through to Keller. It's back out to neutral ice. Mackenzie Weegar hustles back to get one. Dursey scans up the sheet. His pass stabbed out of midair by Nick Dowd. Dowd dumps the puck in deep with Cole Smith lifting the stick of Dursey. It's Smith prying it free. across the street for McNabb. Left point. He drags, shoots, and it's repelled by the blocker of Vejmelka. Utah back to it with a minute to go in the second. Jersey checked at his own blue line, and this is wound in deep by Clayton Keller. Out comes Cooley with Gunther and now Yamamoto. This line has been excellent, although they've been kept in check tonight. Ivan Barbashev goes swimming down the far side and backhands a puck around the boards. Utah quick to regain possession. And here comes Yamamoto streaking through center. Yamamoto grinds to a halt. Schmidt a drive, and Hart gloves it and stops play with 35 seconds left in the second period. Nate Schmidt got everything on that slap shot. That was put on a platter by Kyler Yamamoto off the zone entry, and Nate Schmidt, the former Golden Knight, testing the glove of Carter Hart. 35 seconds left in the second period. Utah gave up a goal early in this frame to fall behind 3-0. Things looked dire when the Mammoth took a penalty, but then they killed off the ensuing Vegas man advantage, and Utah scored a couple goals in quick succession. Schmaltz and Cole, the 2 goal scorers. If you were tracking that last drive from Schmidt on your radar gun, it would have read 96.2 miles per hour. I didn't even think Shohei Ohtani could have hit that. Here's Schmidt on the blue line. Puck through the slot, back to the corner in the Vegas zone. Stolen by Yamamoto. A turning shot is blocked by a shin pad. It's out to center with 18 seconds left in the period. Eichel bangs his way across the line. Howden in front. Puck knocked away by Cooley and then steered to safety by Vejmelka. It was Cooley on the back check, knocking the puck away from one of the Golden Knights. 3 seconons left in the period. Eichel takes a bump in front. Martyr sends one back, and Anderson's denied at the buzzer by Vejmelka. 3-2 the score. Vegas in front, but the fans here at the Delta Center feeling good about their team. Mammoth with the most recent 2 goals. Adrian Denny will break it all down for you when we get to our Mark Miller Subaru second intermission report. That's on the way next, right here on Hockey Night in Utah.
I'm Karol Vejmelka. You're listening to Utah Mammoth Hockey.
Hockey's not just a game. It's a clash of sticks. It's sprays of ice and crazy saves. It's slap shots and the scrape of blades. It's an endless series of touch-and-go moments that make you feel alive. Through the highs and lows, you march your way down the long road to the playoffs alongside your team, with your jersey on and your heart on your sleeve, because they couldn't do it without you. And when you're there for your team, the NHL store is there for you. Check out the largest selection of official NHL gear at NHLShop.com. A Fanatics experience.
Did you know that at Chevron, you can fuel up on unbeatable mileage and savings? With Chevron Rewards, you'll get 25 cents off per gallon on your next 5 visits. All you have to do is download the Chevron app and join to start saving on fuel. Then you can keep fueling up on other things like adventure, memories, vacations, daycations, quality time, and so many other possibilities. Head to your nearest Chevron station to fuel up and get rewarded today. Terms apply. See ChevronTexcoRewards.com for more details.
Utah Mammoth are here for an exciting season. And Trucordia, the group name for a nationwide insurance brokerage based here in Utah, is proud to be a founding partner. The Trucordia companies deliver insurance solutions to help you protect what matters most. Home plus auto, employee benefits, construction, cyber. Trucordia blocks risks to help you ensure your goals. Learn more at Trucordia, spelled TRUCORDIA.com.
There's a new team in town. Mark Miller Subaru and the Utah Jazz. We're joining forces to champion Utah's future game changers. By donating school supplies and creating innovative programs, we're giving Utah kids the advantage.
Because when the kids win, we all win.
Let's do this, Utah.
Looking for your go-to spot to catch the game? Big Willie's is Salt Lake's local sports bar, grill, and pool hall. The perfect place for every fan, with TVs wall-to-wall, weekly events, and a full bar stocked with your favorites. Big Willie's brings the energy every night of the week, whether it's football, hockey, basketball, or the big fight. They've got it on, open until 1 a.m. 7 days a week. Big Willie's Sports Bar, voted best sports bar in Utah. Big Willie's.
It's the Mark Miller Subaru second intermission report.
He's got the hottest stick in the league.
On Hockey Night in Utah.
Big time stop from Corral Vejmelka.
From Delta Center, here's Adrian Denny.
That top line got out there and went to work. Here's Ian Cole. Scorches one. Scores! And the Mammoth go back to back. 1-goal game.
The Mammoth able to shift the tide in that second period. They were trailing 3-0. They now trail 3-2 after 40. 2 goals in 29 seconds. Nick Schmaltz on Utah's 9th shot of the game. Ian Cole on Utah's 10th shot of the game. In the first 27 minutes, Vegas is out shooting Utah 15-3 as they build a 3-0 lead. In the last 13 minutes of that second period, the Mammoth outshot Vegas 11-3, outscored them by a count of 2-0. Ian Cole getting that last one for Utah to make it a 1-goal game. He's standing by with our own Sarah Merrifield.
We've talked about how important time and space is, especially against a team like this, which is what you created for yourself in that goal. Can you walk me through what you saw?
On the goal? Yeah. Good forecheck by us, get the puck back. Durs didn't have a ton of time, so just got threw it off that far boards, and anything off that boards I can get to. So just get it down to the net, try to find a good spot for it, and curve going through, can't see it. So it worked out well.
You guys were able to make some adjustments going into the second period, but especially in that middle part where you guys were able to build a momentum, what were the things that were shining most?
I think we started hanging on to the puck in the O-zone, get a little more O-zone possession. Started to wear him down. You saw Schmaltz's goal there, right? We had it for about, 45 seconds, a minute or so. If we can do that, all they could do is throw it out. We get it, we turn it back in, we kind of start to tilt that ice.
Obviously, that last critical penalty kill to kill off, what does that do going into this intermission for the next period?
Oh, yeah, I think it's huge. Obviously, keep them off the board is good. Give us a chance to get back into it. But they're a dangerous squad over there. Both their units are really good. So we got to keep doing that. Got a period ahead of us and refocus and move forward.
Good luck in the next one.
Yep, thanks.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Ian. Mammoth down by 1 here on the Mark Miller Subaru second intermission report. The Mammoth penalty kill has now turned aside 9 straight shorthanded situations, including a Logan Cooley interference call that was whistled 17 seconds after Vegas made it 3-0. Mammoth killed it, didn't allow a shot, and then kind of got things going. A shift by Liam O'Brien, Kevin Stenlund, Brandon Tanev kind of tilted that ice, as you heard Ian Cole say there before Utah. 2 goals in 29 seconds. And Mammoth did a really good job of not only possessing the puck, but also getting some scoring chances from within close range. They had 5 shots from within 10 feet of the net in that second period, including the goal by Schmaltz. Entering that second period, Utah had 6 total shots within 10 feet of the net in the first 10 periods of this series. So they do a great job there getting closer to Carter Hart. 2 goals on 14 shots. It's a guy that got 4 goals on 12 shots against on Friday. They know they can put the puck in. Just want to keep that pressure going and keep getting closer to the Vegas goalie. But they got a couple. They killed a couple penalties, and they're within 1 going to the third here from the Delta Center with that 2-1 series lead. Vegas trying to tie it up. Headed back to T-Mobile Arena on Wednesday night. They jumped to a 3-0 lead here, but Mammoth have chipped away. They won a 3-1 series lead going to Vegas on Wednesday. We'll come back. One other game in the NHL on this Monday night. Could the Pittsburgh Penguins stay alive again? We'll take a look, take a listen when we continue on the Mark Miller Subaru second intermission report right here on Hockey Night in Utah.
Hey, Utah, are you ready for the Utah Mammoth to hit the ice? Catch every moment of the action with Mammoth Plus. Stream games, watch anywhere, and get games and highlights anytime. Stream at UtahMammothPlus.com.
Hurt in a car wreck, dog bite, slip and fall. Just call Quick Swap. One call, that's all.
After a car wreck, dealing with big insurance companies on your own can hurt your case. One call, that's all means we take care of everything. From dealing with insurance companies to helping you find doctors and repair shops, we're here to guide you from start to finish. Call Craig Swap & Associates today at 801-444-4444.
One call, that's all.
Every new day is a chance to be kinder to your body and your mind. U of U Health is here to help you build strength and confidence every day. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz, Utah Mammoth, Utes Athletics, Utah Grizzlies, and the Salt Lake Bees. Take the first step today at uofuhealth.org.
Imagine retirement where luxury and peace of mind come standard. That's life at Summit Vista. Enjoy beautiful residences, exceptional service, and all-inclusive amenities that make each day feel like a getaway. And with a forward-thinking financial model designed to protect your assets, you can relax knowing your future is secure. Live independently, stay active, and experience a community built to help you thrive. Learn more at summitvista.com. summitvista.com.
Make game day yours. Tickets, food and drinks, stats, and streaming. Everything you need is in the Utah Mammoth app. Download today and make game night easy. Download on both Android and iPhone. Just top.
Let's take a trip around the league and check in on our Spotlight Game of the Night on your Mark Miller Subaru second intermission report.
As Mathis steals centering pass.
Shoots off the crossbar. He celebrates. The Penguins celebrate. Fires right back in. Bump tracks to the net. He scores.
Sanheim to Ristolainen. Great play by the Flyers to keep this puck in the zone. See if they can take advantage. Sanheim in front. They score! Sanheim set it in front. It deflects in.
Going it's Letang. His shot off a stick. Pass Bladar. Big bounce. Where is it? They score!
Well, going into Saturday evening, the Flyers were looking for a 4-game series sweep of Pittsburgh. Well, here on Monday night, they're headed back home with a 3-2 series lead. Chris Letang gets the game winner with 2:48 left to go in the second. And that would be all of the scoring as Pittsburgh jumped up 2-0. Flyers tied it, and that GWG from Letang late in the second is it for the Penguins. Sidney Crosby with a pair of assists to keep the Penguins alive in that one. That's the only other game tonight in the National Hockey League here at the Delta Center. The Mammoth have a 1-goal deficit now that they're trying to dig out of, but it's a lot better than 3. It was a 3-0 deficit, but they got 2 goals in 29 seconds and quickly put us back to a 1-goal game. Mammoth have trailed since 1:13 into the first period when Pavel Dorofeev gave the Vegas Golden Knights the lead on their second shot. Then they made it 2-0 late in the first on a shorthanded goal by Brett Howden. The Mammoth continuing to match Vegas physically. 35 hits through 2 periods tonight. They are on pace for their 3rd straight franchise record in terms of hits. Vegas, even with that late Utah push, still with the puck in the Mammoth zone for 4 minutes and 29 seconds longer than Utah has had so far in this game. But 3-2 going to the third. You can work with that. We're back to where we were in the first 2 games of this series when we were tied. We were within a goal for all but about 2 minutes. We'll come back with Mike's second period highlights and get you ready for third period action here on the Mark Miller Subaru second intermission report on Hockey Night in Utah.
This is Mammoth Daily.
6th overall pick. Teej again.
Have you had a chance to watch some Mammoth games recently? Teams playing well, teams hot.
Yeah. How about that finish against Philly? That was about as crazy as it gets, that strip on an empty net.
Mammoth Daily with Mike Folta and Adrian Denny. New episodes drop Monday through Friday at 6 a.m. on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Looking for the perfect treat? Dive into True Fruit, where nature's fruit meets rich, indulgent chocolate. True Fruit's fresh fruit is hyper-chilled to lock in flavor and nutrition, with clean ingredients you can feel good about. Whether you're craving strawberries, cherries, or blueberries, True Fruit is your go-to snack. Find True Fruit in the freezer aisle, wherever you shop for your groceries. True Fruit. Indulge in the best of nature.
This season, Mountain Land Supply is teaming up with Utah Mammoth to support families in need. For every Mammoth assist, Mountain Land Supply will donate $20 to Primary Children's Hospital to provide critical care and resources to children in need. The Utah Mammoth organization is proud to match these donations dollar for dollar up to $20,000. Together, we can make a difference.
There's a new team in town. Mark Miller Subaru and the Utah Jazz. We're joining forces to champion Utah's future game changers. By donating school supplies and creating innovative programs, we're giving Utah kids the advantage.
Because when the kids win, we all win.
Let's do this, Utah.
A little bit of sweet chin music.
Period 2 highlights.
Golden Knights win the draw. Jeremy Lauzon guides this around the wall. It's Riley Smith back of goal. Mark Stone feeds the middle and a save by Vejmelka on Marner. Hanifin stabs it near point. Flying one wide and they score. Tipped in by Cole Smith. It was going wide and Smith got a tip on it to make it 3-0. Schmaltz on the overlap. Keller zips it back. Sergachev across. Krause shoots. Tip. They score! Mammoth are on the board. Schmaltz tapped it in. Here's Ian Cole. Scorches one. Scores! And the Mammoth go back to back. 1-goal game. And this place is on fire. Eichel on the near side. Shoots. Kick save made by Vejmelka.
3-2 Vegas as we get ready to go to the third period. The difference in this game is a shorthanded goal from Brett Howden late in the first period. Each team has a pair of 5-on-5 goals. The only special teams goal in this game scored by Vegas. The Mammoth have drawn 3 of the 5 power plays. They're 0 for 3 on the power play, 2 for 2 on the penalty kill. Utah has opened up a +9 differential on hits in this game, 34-25. And for the Mammoth, Dylan Guenther has laid down 2, and they came at big moments in that second period. Lawson Krause, Kyler Yamamoto, Brandon Tanev, all 4 hits to pace Utah forwards, but Mackenzie Weegar leading the way with 7. The Mammoth have cut 3-0 to 3-2. They'll look for the equalizer and more when Mike Folta rejoins you for third period action. Coming up next from the Delta Center on Hockey Night in Utah.
Hey, Utah, are you ready for the Utah Mammoth to hit the ice? Catch every moment of the action with Mammoth Plus. Stream games, watch anywhere, and get games and highlights anytime. Stream at UtahMammothPlus.com. Nothing does more to help communities grow and thrive than small business. That's why America First Credit Union is proud to partner with the Utah Jazz to present the Utah Jazz Small Business Spotlight, recognizing the incredible impact of local business across Utah. Each season, America First Credit Union is giving small business a chance to shine with a custom sponsorship package valued at up to $200,000, which could include in-game, broadcast, and social media exposure. Nominate a deserving business today at americafirst.com/jazz. America First Credit Union, official credit union of the Utah Jazz.
In America, the future belongs to everyone, so we built the vehicles of the future for everyone. Command the road with America's best-selling trucks for 46 years and counting, Ford F-Series. Gear up and head out in an all-wheel drive Ford SUV, perfect for the mountains, city, and everywhere in between. Or check out Ford's adventurous new lineup like Bronco, Bronco Sport, and Maverick. Inventory has arrived. Head to your local Ford stores today for big cash back, low APR, and great lease offers based on 1977 to 2022 CY total sales.
Bamboo HR knows that your business needs more than doable, you need powerful. When changes hit, you need adaptable, scalable, customizable. So when you're growing, you've got employees hireable, hires onboardable, paychecks payrollable, performance manageable, and benefits administrationable. All on a platform that's easy to usable, endlessly dependable, everything HRable, so your team can be formidable, unbreakable, unstoppable. Because when you need more than doable, that's Bambooable. BambooHR.com.
Make game day yours. tickets, food and drinks, stats, and streaming. Everything you need is in the Utah Mammoth app. Download today and make game night easy. Download on both Android and iPhone. Tusk Top.
Two periods down.
And this crowd loves it.
And one more to go.
Our final lap is coming up.
Period 3 begins now.
So good, it'll save your life.
Here's Mike Folta.
We've got Mountain Blue banners billowing amongst the crowd. They've just unveiled a section-long Utah banner here in front of us at the Delta Center. Rally towels are in the air, and downtown Salt Lake City believes in its team. Utah is down 3-2 as we get ready to enter the third period. Vegas was up 3-0 at one point in the second. Mammoth scored 2 quick ones, and that's how we rejoin you for the start of our final stanza here in Game 4 tonight. Mammoth lead the series 2-1 and could take a controlling 3-1 lead in the series if they can complete the comeback here this evening. Vegas is comfortable at playing from behind. They erased a 2-1 series deficit last year. Cole fumbled a puck in the offensive zone, and out comes Vegas with the disc. It's Cole Smith for Shea Theodore, the defenseman, leading Colton Sissons on his way as he moseys in behind the Utah net. Slap shot knocked down in front of Vejmelka. He got bumped into by Dowd, and then they take out Sean Durzi. Anderson wide open. Anderson delays, scoots behind Vejmelka, but he ran out of real estate. Rasmus Anderson had all the time in the world and then some, and he couldn't find the angle on Karel Vejmelka, who came out to challenge him. Hot start for Vegas in this one, not even a minute into the third. Dylan Guenther got stick checked coming across the line. Mackenzie Weegar. Sergachev from center. He glides across the blue line, sends one across the slot. This bounces around, and it's played by the high stick of Yamamoto, but then touched by Vegas, so we continue on. This was played by a high stick, but Vegas had touched the puck. I thought we should have continued on there. I thought Vegas played the puck after Yamamoto played it with a high stick. 1:14 gone by in the third. A neutral zone faceoff is coming up here. Am I crazy there, AD?
There wasn't a whole lot of protest on the Mammoth side about that, as you might expect.
It looked like Yamamoto. He definitely played it with a high stick. But then Vegas touched it next, which I was led to believe would mean we can continue on. Here comes Vegas now. A 3-on-3. Eichel shoots off the outside of the net. Dylan Guenther turns it back north as he accelerates past Brett Howden. Guenther slashing into the offensive zone. Sends it down the wall for Weegar. He funnels one towards the front. Back out to Sergachev. Guenther looks in. Carcone dials one up and scores! We're tied! 3-3! And Magic Mike has his first goal of the series. A one-time ripper from Michael Carcone on the right circle. Got lasered past the glove side of Carter Hart on the short side after Utah worked it around the perimeter. And it's 3 straight goals from the Mammoth. The Delta Center is an absolute madhouse right now.
Michael Carcone could not believe it in the first period when he missed a wide open net from the same neighborhood, a little lower on the power play that would have tied it, but he ties it at 3 right there.
Now he's got the puck at center, and he veers in, one-on-one. Carcone button hooks, Kerfoot shoots, and he shot it wide. Great setup, though, by Carcone. This tumbles out to the blue line for Schmidt. Carcone on the attack again. Tries to drive the net. Got walled off by Hart. This is behind the Vegas net. Good return here by Utah after the goal from Carcone, but now Marner starts heading the opposite direction. Marner pumps the brakes in the offensive zone. Lays it back for Hanifin. He slices down the wing. Hanifin a wraparound. Puck in front. Vejmelka had his pads down. And Utah clears it down the ice. Not far enough for icing. Mammoth can make some changes. chances at both ends here. Following the goal from Michael Carcone, it's his first career playoff goal. Undrafted, fought his way up through the minor leagues, sometimes literally, and now is an everyday NHLer. That got sent wide by Dorofeev after a bouncer found the young Russian in front of the Utah net all alone. Tomas Hertl darting back and forth on the far wing. Theodore with a wrister, tipped on goal, and Vejmelka says no. Dorofeev parked in front, and Karel Vejmelka was ready, angling off the shot. 3 minutes gone by in the third period, tied at 3. In Game 3 on Friday night, the Mammoth led 4-0, and Vegas got within 2 goals, but the game was never in question. Tonight, we've got ourselves a tie game at the third, and we're starting to experience levels of intensity we've never quite felt before in this building.
Shots are 12-4 Utah, Mike, since they fell behind 3-0 on the trail to the comeback. Goals from Schmaltz, Cole, and Carcone.
Eichel off the draw on the Utah end. He sends it around the wall. He led Vegas in scoring this season. He's got 3 points in the playoffs so far. Nick Schmaltz taken down, trying to play it up the wall. Schmaltz in a stick battle with Howden. Vegas comes away with it. This is McNabb, a drive, and Vejmelka has it absorbed in his midsection. That puck might have changed directions in front of the Utah net. Vejmelka pinned it to his chest up high with no rebound. That's the key point of that save. So far, Vejmelka has stopped 17 of 20 Vegas shots. This will be a defensive zone draw for Kevin Stenlund, who in Game 3 won 72% of his faceoffs, and he wins this one back against Eichel. Mammoth clear to the line and just barely out to center. Lawson Krause made sure of that as he shoved Theodore out to neutral ice. Sergachev back in his own zone again as the Mammoth look to escape. This dribbles past Theodore. Krause on a hard forecheck slams into Theodore as the Golden Knights get it back out to the center zone. Loose in front of the Utah bench. Knocked ahead by Eichel. John Marino the first to go back and get it. A career year for John Marino. Personal bests in points and assists. Here's Cooley, knifing and he shoots. Kick saved by Hart. Rebound is hauled in by Yamamoto, but he was outnumbered on the near side. And it's Nick Dowd back the other way through center for Vegas. All of a sudden, that was a quick 2-on-1 for Utah. Cooley pulled the trigger and Hart was ready with the pads. Cooley already 2 goals in this series. Vegas's fourth line wins a battle in the corner. This is Sissons. His pass is cleanly intercepted by Cooley, who swats it through center. It goes all the way down and will be icing against the Mammoth with 4.5 minutes gone by in the third period. 3-3 the score, with the faceoff coming back towards Vejmelka.
Mike, in this game, we've gotten the first goal of the playoffs from 3 different skaters. Andre Tourigny's been telling us all week it takes the entire team. And Michael Carcone getting the first goal from that third line with him, Kerfoot, and Peterka to tie us up. It was a nice feed, though, from Gunther.
And they've been on the ice for 2 goals tonight. They were on the ice for the Ian Cole goal as well. Here's Marner in the offensive zone for Vegas. Floats one back. Lozon broke his stick. Mammoth have numbers up ahead. It's Cooley and Gunther. But all the way out of his net is Carter Hart to play it back the other way. Great read by Vegas's netminder. Mark Stone spins off a check. It's Riley Smith with a pirouette on the near side. Around to McNabb, back of goal. This comes to Marner in the corner. He gets canceled out. Theodore shoots high. Just missed the crossbar. Puck took a funny hop off the stanchion in favor of Utah. And it's Sergachev parading to center. Schmaltz stick handles in. Looking for Keller. He gloves it down. Keller in front. Bouncing puck. They score! The captain gives Utah the lead in Game 4. 4-3 with 14:49 to go in the third period. Clayton Keller caught a puck up in midair, sent it in front, and it dribbled in off of a mess of skates and sticks in front of Carter Hart. Sergachev had crashed the net off the rush, and it looked to have gone in off of one of the Golden Knights after Keller fed the crease. And indeed, it bounced in off of Hart. Sergachev might have had a piece on it, but it was Keller who made the play. 4-3. Mammoth with 4 straight goals here in Game 4. Still a long way to go in this one. Utah with the puck in the offensive zone. Dumped down to the far corner. Hannafin looking for the outlet, finds it. Carconi in his own zone getting jostled by Kolazar. Held in at the line. Here's Anderson, right point. Rister just goes wide. Penalty coming up against Utah. High sticking will be issued against the Mammoth. 14:21 to go in the third. They'll take J.J. Peterka. And Utah will head to the penalty kill.
Utah penalty number 77 is a 2-minute minor, high sticking.
Third power play of the game for Vegas. They're 0 for 2 so far. 14:21 to go in period number 3. Clayton Keller with his first playoff goal since August 19th in 2020 when the Arizona Coyotes were in the bubble. And it's his first of the series. And that high stick on Peterka was dealt to Pavel Dorofeev when the two were locked up in a board battle, and I didn't exactly see it, but there was no complaint from Peterka.
Mike, on that go-ahead goal, the Mammoth were able to come back with their speed in transition. It was started by Nick Schmaltz. Sergachev got it to Keller, but the Mammoth were coming back so fast, it forced Vegas to scramble back, and that's why you had a pile of Golden Knights in front of the net. Shea Theodore diving down to try and help, might have knocked it in.
Power play time for Vegas. Stone relays one back for Eichel. Stone down low, back to Eichel on the half wall. Remember, Vegas changed up their power play for Game 4. Eichel, stick handling on the far side. Theodore steps into one. Save made by Vejmelka. He covers the rebound. It was regurgitated momentarily, and then he snatched it up before Mark Stone could get a whack on it. 20 seconds into the J.J. Peterka high-sticking minor. Utah needs Karel Vejmelka to come up big here. He's been solid so far in this game. Utah has scored 4 straight goals to rip the lead out of the hands of Vegas. Faceoff is played by Utah, and Stenlund flushes it down. Kevin Stenlund was a penalty-killing favorite of Paul Maurice with the Florida Panthers, and he nearly stole a puck from Theodore back in the Vegas zone. But it was Stenlund matched up with Connor McDavid in the Stanley Cup Finals 2 seasons ago. Stolen by Kerfoot, cleared down. He's another one of the top penalty killers for the Mammoth. He's out there with Schmaltz, Schmidt, and Marino right now as Vegas tries to bring the puck up. Eichel gaining speed through center, turned away from the blue line by Schmaltz. Eichel nearly gave it away. It's loose. Mammoth clear once again. Excellent work by Alexander Kerfoot. The brains of the operation, says head coach Andre Tourigny. Stenlund and Krause, the two forwards out there with Cole and Sergachev now. 45 to go in the power play. Vegas can't even get set up. That's an icing whistle against the Golden Knights. And Vegas is out of sorts. This place can do that to you. The Delta Center, absolutely electric with 4 straight goals scored by the Mammoth. 2 in the second period and now 2 in the third. 13 minutes left in the third period, 41 seconds remaining on the Peterka minor. Utah on the PK for the 3rd time in this game. Trying to continue that success from Game 3. Face-off controlled by Vegas, and the Golden Knights will work it up ice with their second unit. Anderson starts to pivot through center. He'll rim it around the boards in the Utah zone. Sergachev got a stick on it. It's cushioned down by Tomas Hertl. And Stenlund gets it all the way down once again. Another clear by Utah. 18 seconds left in the power play. Anderson now with more urgency for Marner. Marner gave it away, and Nate Schmidt says, see you later. 5 to go in the power play. Delta Center rising to its feet here in a 4-3 game. Here comes Peterka. We're at 5-on-5. 4-3 the score with 12:15 to go in the third. 4th line out there now for Tortorella and the Golden Knights. Kerfoot channels it up the wall for Peterka to center. Loose across the Utah line as Vegas steps right back in with Dowd and Cole Smith. Smith with a goal tonight. He tries to center off a stick. It's cushioned down by Korzak. Shot by Lozani, fanned on it. He's fanned on a couple in this third period. Jersey staples his man up against the wall in the far corner. 11:45 to go in the third. Utah clears. This will go too far, and it will be icing against the Mammoth. 4-3 the score. Now, boy, you'd love to see Utah continue to attack here as opposed to sitting back, because that's what Vegas wants. They want to possess the puck.
The Mammoth look very, very confident and comfortable in their defensive zone, Mike. They're making quick decisions. Vejmelka's making that first save. That Utah penalty kill, Mike, comes up huge again. It's now 10 for the last 10.
Here's Theodore. He shoots off a body. That was Alexander Kerfoot, who wore it off the arm. He's a little wounded right now, hunched over in the Utah zone. Jack Eichel veering back and forth on Jersey. A slap shot blocked by Kerfoot again. Vegas tries to center off the goal stick of Vejmelka. It's held in by McNabb. Across to Eichel on the far wing, side of the net. Puck in front, off the goal stick of Vejmelka, loose on the near side. That's Cooley, who takes his man up against the wall. Held in by Theodore. Rister blocked in front. Howden shoots. Blocked again by Jersey this time. It's a clinic. McNabb. Theodore looking in on Corkswan. Blocker save. Rebound hauled in by Eichel. Mammoth are just treading water right now. It's Cooley lifting it to the blue line, and a big hit by Jersey. That allows Utah to clear, and it gets this building to its feet once again. Jersey just flattened one of the Golden Knights at the blue line, and that allowed Utah to clear and get some much-needed changes. Vegas is right back in on the attack. Stone, the captain, around back for Smith, feeding for Marner in the slot. Shot by Hannafin, turned away. Uyghur clears through center, and the Mammoths survive this shift for the moment. 10:15 to go in the third. This type of pressure is not sustainable for Utah to withstand. Ian Cole behind his own net, able to fish a puck free. It's Brandon Tanev on the near side, getting it up the wall, and that bounces into the Utah benches. It's Anderson and O'Brien chest to chest, nose to nose, and finally they're separated. 10 minutes left in the third period. The Mammoth have tilted this game on its head, but the Golden Knights have tilted the ice towards Karel Vejmelka. Utah hanging on by a thread. When we come back to the Delta Center, Utah with a lead, 4-3 on Hockey Night in Utah.
I'm Michael Carconi. You're listening to Utah Mammoth Hockey.
Hey Utah, SEG Plus is your one-stop shop for everything Mammoth and Jazz. Watch all of the local broadcasts of games. Tune into new episodes of your favorite shows like Fresh Ice and Shoot the Shot. And get access to more exclusive behind-the-scenes content. Head to SCGplus.com to start your subscription today.
Tax season is here, and this year refunds are looking a little bigger. Before it quietly slips into groceries, gas, and that never-ending list of monthly expenses, invest it in your future with a new home. Right now, Visionary Homes will match your tax refund or any funds up to $10,000 and double it towards your down payment. That's right, your refund just got promoted. Don't let your refund vanish. Double it. Visit visionaryhomes.com and make your move today. Terms and conditions apply.
Every Mammoth fan knows hydration is key, and your family deserves the best at home. That's why Superior Water and Air is the preferred water treatment provider of the Utah Mammoth. For a limited time, get $500 off a new tankless water heater and enjoy cleaner water, softer showers, and reliable hot water all season long. Call Superior Water and Air at 801-948-2674 or visit SuperiorWaterandAir.com. Superior Water and Air, trusted by Utah families and the Utah Mammoth.
Centers. Hockey comes alive. Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
It's 4-3 Utah. We're exactly halfway through this third period. 4 unanswered goals by the Mammoth. Carcone tied it in the third. Keller giving Utah their first lead of the night. Mike, we'll have all of this covered and more coming up in the morning on Mammoth Daily, wherever folks get their podcasts.
Reaction show. That means AD and I are staying up late. 4-3. Mammoth lead. 10 to go in the third. Utah trying to grab a 3-1 series lead on the Golden Knights before we head to Vegas for Game 5 on Wednesday. We just got a start time for that game, by the way. It's 8 o'clock Mountain Time. Puck is back in the Utah zone. Eichel lost his stick. This is taken by Dorofeev, low to high. Anderson right back against the grain, around for Eichel, who has reacquired his hockey stick. This is Hanifin at the left point with a wrister. Tipped in and they score! Brett Howden has his second of the game, and we are tied at 4. And that didn't take long. Vegas, right after the faceoff, able to set up shop in the offensive zone, and a shot by Hanifin was tipped past Vejmelka by Brett Howden. It's the second such tip in this game by the Golden Knights. And just like that, we are all level once again in what has become an incredibly entertaining hockey game.
That's their first goal since 3 minutes and 26 seconds into the second period, and ends 4 straight from the Mammoth. Second time in 2 games, Utah's put up 4 unanswered. Vegas gets it back, and we're back to level 4-4.
I'm not sure how Howden was so alone in front of the Utah net. He had nobody around him. Mammoth missed a couple opportunities to win a battle or get the puck out. So now we're back to level. And that ends a streak of 4 straight goals by the Mammoth. Offside whistle blows against Nick Schmaltz in Utah, and we'll have a neutral zone face-off here with 9:22 to go in the third period. We'll drop it right at center ice. Schmaltz with a goal tonight, head-to-head with Mitch Marner, and Schmaltz snaps this back cleanly. There's Schmidt and Marino on the ice for Utah. They are Utah's best analytical defensive pair. Schmaltz curls in, feeds it far wing. A shot by Krause goes off a stick and wide. Keller dropping it off in the corner as the Mammoth get to it in the offensive zone. Here's John Marino at the right point. Return to Schmidt, in tight. That's Schmaltz corkscrewing in towards the net. He's shoved off the puck, and the Golden Knights give it away. Marino finds Krause across. Keller, a one-timer, is stopped by Hart. Bit of an awkward save sliding to his left, but he stops play all the same, and with 8:50 to go in the third period, we're going to step aside once again. Brett Howden has tied the game 4 apiece. Don't go anywhere. We've got a good one in Game 4 between Utah and Vegas here at the Delta Center.
I'm Clayton Keller. You're listening to Utah Mammoth Hockey.
Does one size really fit all? No, it doesn't. But big gutter guard companies try to sell you a one-size-fits-all solution, even if it's not right for your specific roof or leaf problem. At RGS Exteriors, we offer 3 distinct gutter guards, each made for different roof lines and trees, all backed by a lifetime no-clog guarantee. You want gutter covers that fit your home? Call RGS Exteriors today.
Did you know that at Chevron, you can fuel up on unbeatable mileage and savings? With Chevron Rewards, you'll get 25 cents off per gallon on your next 5 visits. All you have to do is download the Chevron app and join to start saving on fuel. Then you can keep fueling up on other things like adventure, memories, vacations, daycations, quality time, and so many other possibilities. Head to your nearest Chevron station to fuel up and get rewarded today. Terms apply. See ChevronTexcoRewards.com for more details.
KSL Sports, Utah's sports leader, connecting you with your favorite local teams and the action you love. Live game coverage and news with KSL Sports Zone Radio, KSL 5 Television, and KSLSports.com. Live and streaming, insider analysis, and podcasts from the pros. Utah's sports leader, KSL Sports. On air, online, and on the KSL Sports app.
The Utah Mammoth are in the hunt for the Stanley Cup.
The captain gives the Mammoth the lead.
This is the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Vegas gets the equalizer. We're tied at 4. The fourth line coming out, Mike, for this offensive zone draw. Kevin Stenlund will take it with Liam O'Brien and Brandon Tanev.
8:50 to go in the third period, tied at 4 after Brett Howden's second goal of the game. He had 12 during the regular season. And this puck was dropped unfairly, so we'll re-rack it. Howden in his 8th NHL season spent the first 3 years of his career with the New York Rangers. Bounced around a bit, Philadelphia, Calgary. It's his 4th season in Vegas. Only had 8 goals all of last year in 72 games. That was a career high for him in terms of games played. Been injured and at times in the minor leagues. Vegas enters the offensive zone, a 2-on-2 off the goal stick of Amelka. He dismissed that casually with the paddle. Puck in the Utah zone. This is where we've spent a majority of the night. It's 4-4 right now. Mammoth have played well enough to earn these 4 goals, but Vegas a team that likes to possess the puck in the offensive zone, and it's not been good for the blood pressure of everybody watching here at the Delta Center. Sean Dursey looks up ice. It's tipped in by Kerfoot. It's Kerfoot, Carcone, and Keller, the 3 forwards out there. Caden Korzak gets it out to neutral ice, and this is Eichel. Right back in across. Eichel grinds to a halt. Sends this towards the net off the blocker of Amelka. Anderson around behind the Utah net. It's Eichel on the far wing. Got to find a way to take away his time and space. Anderson right point. Shot tipped. It's taken by Utah. Sergachev lifts it ahead. Is this going to be icing? Yes, it will. 7:43 to go in the third. A faceoff coming up towards the Melka. 4-4 the score.
Well, Mike, however this one turns out, it still could end up being a Utah victory to go up 3-1 in the series. Can you just tell the confidence that this group feels down 3-0, the way they charge back with 4 unanswered? They give up the equalizer. They come right back with some more pressure on Vegas.
It's definitely a positive takeaway from this game, as you said. However it turns out, the ability to erase a 3-goal lead. There have been more comeback wins in the NHL this season than any other season before. Even though there's only been 3 in the playoffs so far. 2 of them were last night. Michael Carcone dumps this puck in deep to the Vegas zone. John Marino tracks it down in his own territory. Nate Schmidt scrambles the Jets. Pass too far for Gunther. It's reeled back in by Stone. Gunther gets to it at center, and his dump in hit the linesman. Unlucky bounce for Utah. Schmidt back for Marino. Across the center logo, looking for Yamamoto, who muscles his way across the blue line. Down the boards for John Marino, who joined the attack. Here's Schmidt, rather. Gunther towards the net, into the catching glove of the goaltender Carter Hart with 7 minutes remaining in the third period.
Kyler Yamamoto telling us after morning skate today, when he was asked about the physicality, he said, yeah, it's been physical, and I like that. And I think you've seen him exemplify his feelings, especially here tonight. Just getting in there, sticking his head in, grinding to get the puck.
Smallest guy on the ice. They list him at 5'8", about 165. His line mate, Logan Cooley, entering tonight, was the only player to have given 10 or more hits and received 10 or more hits. So he's been right in the middle of everything. Offensive zone face-off for Utah, but Nick Dowd is able to draw that back. This is cleared to center. There's Mackenzie Weegar. He's taken the most hits in this series so far. He delivers one there on Nick Dowd. 4-4. Just under 7 to go in the third period here at the Delta Center in downtown Salt Lake City. Lawson Krause has the puck pinned behind his own net. Eventually, it's crowbarred free by Cole Smith, and now another scrum ensues, and we play second-grade soccer in the corner. 2 Golden Knights and 2 Mammoth. And that's Mikhail Sergachev getting his stick in the fire. Sisson's trying to loosen it up. Finally, it's free for Anderson. Back skating to the high slot. He'll traverse over to the far wing, fending off the check of Keller, who slams him against the boards. Clayton Keller with a stick lift there. Utah to a puck. It's cleared through center by Schmaltz. That's the best the Mammoth can do on that shift. And that top group will head off on a change as Cooley, Gunther, and Yamamoto climb over the wall. There's a steal by Marino at center. Back for Gunther on the near side. He sets up Schmidt, right point. Richter knocked down in front. Vegas out to center. Schmidt back defensively with some good footwork from the 34-year-old veteran. That was a shot block that could have easily come the other way for a breakaway for Brett Howden, if not for Nate Schmidt's quick skates. Utah to it in their own zone, and here is Schmidt leading the charge through the middle of the ice. He'll dump this down and go off on a change. Fourth line getting a shift now. It's Tanev, O'Brien, and soon to be Stenlund. Puck through the middle with Stone. It's Marner evading Stenlund, and then eventually scampering down the near side. Puck behind the Utah net. Stenlund able to capture it on his backhand. He lifts it ahead, a chip and charge. That's sent a little too far, and icing is called against Kevin Stenlund and the fourth line. I like the idea from Stenlund lifting that ahead, but just a little too much mustard on that chip, and it rolled off the back of the green. 5:04 to go in the third, 4-4. And Stenlund will be at this defensive zone draw. The good news for Utah is that their best face-off man is at the dot, and he wins that back in front of Marner. Hammered up the boards by Utah, but Smith keeps it in for Vegas. Marner back of goal in a 4-4 game. Ian Cole rubs him out, and O'Brien delivers a hit in the corner. Here's Korzak, right point. Shot by Stone, redirected on net, and Vejmelka makes a save on the right edge of his crease. Riley Smith not happy with Sean Durzi, but all is well that ends well. 4:48 to go in the third period. 4-4 the score at the Delta Center. We'll take our final break of regulation and come back with the rest of the third. When we return, you're listening to Mammoth Hockey on Hockey Night in Utah.
I'm Nick Schmaltz. You are listening to Utah Mammoth Hockey.
She was the sister who went unnoticed.
A daffodil might look plain next to a lily, but on its own there is much to be admired.
Now her greatest chapter is yet to come.
The most important thing is to be yourself.
From the world of Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice comes a new BritBox original drama,
Mary, you will flourish.
Based on the best-selling novel, The Other Bennett Sister, now streaming only on BritBox. Watch with a free trial at BritBox.com.
In America, the future belongs to everyone, so we built the vehicles of the future for everyone. Command the road with America's best-selling trucks for 46 years and counting, Ford F-Series. Gear up and head out in an all-wheel drive Ford SUV, perfect for the mountain, city, and everywhere in between. Or check out Ford's adventurous new lineup like Bronco, Bronco Sport, and Maverick. Inventory has arrived. Head to your local Ford stores today for big cash back, low APR, and great lease offers based on 1977 to 2022 CY total sales.
Looking for the perfect treat? Dive into True Fruit, where nature's fruit meets rich, indulgent chocolate. True Fruit's fresh fruit is hyper-chilled to lock in flavor and nutrition, with clean ingredients you can feel good about. Whether you're craving strawberries, cherries, or blueberries, True Fruit is your go-to snack. Find True Fruit in the freezer aisle, wherever you shop for your groceries. True Fruit. Indulge in the best of nature.
This is the Stanley Cup Playoffs.
Logan Cooley has Utah's first Stanley Cup playoff goal
On Hockey Night in Utah.
Celebrate the action with Farr's Ice Cream, Utah's original favorite since 1920. Delicious, local, and unforgettable. Let's get to our Far Better Ice Cream, Far Better line of the night. For the Mammoth, it's got to be the top line. Nick Schmaltz, Clayton Keller, and Lawson Krause. Schmaltz with a goal and an assist here tonight. 2 points for him. This line is converted to one of the 4 Utah goals in this game. Mammoth scored 4 in a row before Brett Howden tipped a goal in past Vejmelka to tie things up here in the third. Back and forth we go. 4.5 remaining in the third period of Game 4. Mammoth leading in the series 2-1. Game 5 will be in Vegas on Wednesday night. Golden Knights have the puck at center. They have been on the front foot ever since Howden's goal. Sergachev back in his own zone, up for Carconi, and a drop pass was out of Kerfoot's reach, but Vegas needs to change, so no harm, no foul. Here is Kerfoot. Up ahead to his own line, back for Mackenzie Weegar as Utah tries to pick its way through center. Keller is ambushed at the blue line, and it's back with Marner the other way. Marner Into the offensive zone, hangs up on the near side, and he got stymied by John Marino, who I think has been excellent here tonight. Marino, second most time on ice amongst all Mammoth skaters in Game 3. Logan Cooley and Michael Carcone start to rev up their engines. Here's Keller across the line. Keller delaying on the near side. He funnels this puck down deep. Comes around to Nate Schmidt, left point. Mammoth in the offensive zone. Cooley in the high slot. Stick handling, top of the zone. A shot off a stick. Carcone with a bank play. Walled off by Carter Hart. Noah Hannafin slaps it up the wall, held in by Cooley with the gloves. Cooley swerving up top. His pass broken up by Marner. Now it's Cole Smith the other way. Vegas enters with Nick Dowd, right wing. A slap shot, gloved and held by Vanoka. 3:04 to go in the third. 4-4 our score. Tensions have been mounting all throughout the game. Vegas took a 3-0 lead. Utah scored 2 goals within 29 seconds in the second period to cut the deficit to just 1. Mammoth came out for the third, guns a-blazing with a couple goals. One from Nick Schmaltz, one from Michael Carcone. And then Houghton tied the game with a tip later in the third period. It was Carcone and Keller, I beg your pardon, who scored the 2 third-period tallies. Mammoth get to a draw in their own zone. This is powered to center by Brandon Tanev as he gets taken out in front of the penalty boxes. This is flipped ahead by Vegas now. Tanev was locked up with Smith away from the play. Boy, the last thing you want to do here is take a penalty. This is cleared into the Mammoth bench with 2:48 remaining in the third, and a neutral zone face-off coming up. Well, Adrian, this fourth line has been entrusted with some crucial face-offs and some crucial minutes here late.
They created the momentum that kind of started the 3-goal comeback. We've seen them out there for some offensive zone draws. Just were out there for a defensive zone face-off that Kevin Stenlund made short order of, and now back out to center ice with Cooley, Gunther, and Yamamoto. The 2:48 left in a 4-4 game.
Anderson from his own blue line guides us ahead a little too far, and icing will be whistled against Vegas, so here comes an offensive zone face-off for the Mammoth.
Well, that was kind of a gift, Mike. Face-off at center ice. Vegas immediately ices it. Now you take 3 steps forward.
Especially when...
pass go and get an offensive zone draw.
Well, especially tonight when time in the offensive zone has come at a premium for Utah. Vegas, one of the best teams at defending their slot.
And here comes Alexander Kerfoot to take this face-off.
He replaced Yamamoto on this line. Kerfoot is flanked by Gunther and Cooley at the left face-off dot. And we'll try it again. Kerfoot, visor to visor with Jack Eichel on the near side. Kerfoot on his strong side, so is Eichel. Puck is down, and Eichel on a second swipe wins it back. It's cleared by Vegas through center. At the red line, it's Kerfoot. A cross-corner dump in, sends this puck to the Vegas zone. Cooley with a check. Kerfoot on the half wall towards the front. Tip just wide by Gunther. Cooley behind the Vegas net. Forced to the corner by Hannafin. Cooley tried to center. Eventually, Eichel takes it away. Barbashev marches to center. Sergachev got a stick on it, and the Mammoth were heavy on the backtrack. They win it back. 2:10 to go in regulation. Loose in the middle of the ice. Nick Schmaltz gathers it in. Mammoth completing a change. Keller out there with Schmaltz and Krause. Keller with the most recent goal for the Mammoth. He's got the puck on his stick. Now it's Schmaltz dead ahead. Schmaltz shoots on the backhand, sent it wide. He had a follow-up try after his first shot was blocked. Marner races back through center. Marner with his 93 jersey tucked in. Riley Smith, a pass across, ends up a few rows deep out of play, right behind the penalty boxes and right over towards Kyle and Mark. 2 guys I met on Friday at Game 3. They've got their goalie masks on. Their necks and traps are going to be as strong as it gets when this playoff series is done, wearing those goalie masks all night. 1:44 to go in the third period. 4-4 the score. This faceoff will stay in the Mammoth zone. Head coach Andre Tourigny not taking any chances with these draws. He's got Kerfoot out there against Marner. Puck to the corner. It's controlled by Riley Smith of Vegas off the skirt of the Utah net. Mark Stone Elevators the puck. Hannafin, a wrister, knocked down in front. Loose puck. Rasmus Andersson is forced wide by Yamamoto. Down the boards for John Marino. He starts heading up the ice. It's Krause and Yamamoto, and that just rolled on Lawson Krause a little bit. Vegas dumps the puck in. Both teams will make some changes. 1:15 to go in the third. Not a seat is filled right now at the Delta Center. Everybody is on their feet. This is played in deep behind the Vegas net. Logan Cooley back to Ian Cole. He scored a goal in this game. Loose in the high slot. The Golden Knights had a little trouble with it, and now they clear to center. Cole with a quick up. Pass broken up by the Golden Knights again. Shea Theodore banks this out to neutral ice. It's Ian Cole and Sean Durzi entrusted with protecting this lead in the final minute. Keller with his mouth guard hanging out. Easily ahead for Lawson Krause and played in deep. Keller from the corner. Keller behind the Vegas net. Keller taking a tour. Slap shot. Sergachev is gloved and held by Hart. 29 seconds left in the third. 4-4 the score. Sergachev had that last shot. He's got 3 assists in this game so far.
Well, we told you, Mike, after he was one of only 2 Utah D to not get a point through the first 3 games, you knew a multiple point contest was coming. I said a 2-assist game. How about a 3-assist game?
Don't shortchange the guy.
Yeah.
Second most productive season for Sergachev this year in his 9-year NHL career. He's won a couple of Stanley Cups with the Tampa Bay Lightning. He knows what it's like to play in these environments and on this stage. He's on the ice now with Weegar, Schmaltz, Keller, and Krause. Offensive zone face-off for Nick Schmaltz with just under 30 seconds remaining in the third period. And tension builds as we'll try this face-off again. It's Schmaltz against Dowd. This is one of the reasons that Vegas traded for Nick Dowd this March. Face-offs and penalty killing. We're at 5-on-5 right now. Puck is down and the Golden Knights control. Dowd got some help from Eichel off the draw. This is sent all the way down the ice and will not be icing. Sergachev from his own goal line. 20 seconds left in regulation. Up ahead, it's Keller. From the red line, a dump in. Schmaltz cruising to it in the corner. Schmaltz sends it behind the net. Keller centers, bouncing puck taken by Vegas. 8 seconds left in the third. Golden Knights to center. And up ahead it comes into the Utah zone, and we are headed to overtime at the Delta Center. 4-4, 60 minutes, not enough. It could be a long night here in Salt Lake City. Adrian Denny will give you a recap of these first 3 periods. Who knows how many will play tonight? AD's got the controls when we come back on Hockey Night in Utah.
I'm Nate Schmidt. You're listening to Utah Mammoth Hockey.
Imagine retirement where luxury and peace of mind come standard. That's life at Summit Vista. Enjoy beautiful residences, exceptional service, and all-inclusive amenities that make each day feel like a getaway. And with a forward-thinking financial model designed to protect your assets, you can relax knowing your future is secure. Live independently, stay active, and experience a community built to help you thrive. Learn more at summitvista.com. summitvista.com.
At Atlas Investment Management, we get to know you. Unlike the large national firms, we are right here in your community. We take the time to understand your goals, your dreams, your story. And then we build a proactive, hands-on strategy around them. Because outperform isn't just our tagline, it's who we are. Atlas Investment Management, where you are our focus.
Investment advisory services offered through Ignite Planners LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Looking for the top spot to watch the game? Big Willie's isn't just a sports bar. It's Utah's best sports bar for 2025 and the state's best pool hall. All under one roof with wall-to-wall TVs, diamond pool tables, ice-cold drinks, and weekly events that keep the place buzzing. Big Willie's is where Salt Lake shows up. From hockey and hoops to the biggest fights of the year. If it matters, it's on here. Open till 1 a.m. nightly. Big Willie's Sports Bar.
Did you know that at Chevron, you can fuel up on unbeatable mileage and savings? With Chevron Rewards, you'll get 25 cents off per gallon on your next 5 visits. All you have to do is download the Chevron app and join to start saving on fuel. Then you can keep fueling up on other things like adventure, memories, vacations, daycations, quality time, and so many other possibilities. Head to your nearest Chevron station to fuel up and get rewarded today. Terms apply. See ChevronTexcoRewards.com for more details.
The quest for Lord Stanley's Cup takes place right here.
And we are underway here in the 2026 Stanley Cup playoffs.
On Hockey Night in Utah.
Puck took a funny hop off the stanchion in favor of Utah. And it's Sergachev parading to center. Small stick handles in, looking for Keller. He gloves it down. Keller in front. Bouncing puck. They score! The captain gives Utah the lead in Game 4.
That 4-3 Utah lead lasted for 5 minutes and 15 seconds before the second goal of the evening from Brett Howden tied us up with 9:35 left to go in regulation, and we have skated to a 4-all tie through 60. The Utah Mammoth are headed to overtime in the playoffs for the first time in team history. And if you would have told us this when it was 3-0 in the second period, you bet we would have taken it. The Mammoth falling behind 1-0, 72 seconds into the game, falling behind 2-0 with 1:22 left to go in the first on a shorthanded goal. Vegas made it 3-0, 3:26 into the second. And at that point, after a penalty by Utah just 17 seconds later, out-shooting Utah 15-3, up 3-0. But the Mammoth would come back with 4 of the next 5, including 4 unanswered, in which they would outshoot Vegas by a count of 19-13 to take that 4-3 lead. Vegas tied it up, and that's where we stand here, going to a sudden death overtime. So for the first overtime in the playoffs, we'll give you a couple quick bullet points as Utah heads to the sudden death overtime for the first time. It'll be 5-on-5. We'll play a 20-minute period, but sudden death until the first team scores. We could go all night. We'll stay 5-on-5 unless there's penalties, of course, but no shootouts in the playoffs. And we won't have any timeouts either during the overtime. So get everything done in the next 10 minutes and 38 seconds that you need to wrap up here at 10:36 along the Wasatch Front, because we've got a sudden death overtime coming up here from the Delta Center. Utah players with an overtime goal in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Alexander Kerfoot had one. It came April 24th of 2023 when he was with Toronto at Tampa Bay in Game 4 of a first-round series. Ian Cole scored one for Carolina on May 18th of 2022 with the Hurricanes against the Rangers in Game 1 of a second-round series. Brett Howden, who has 2 goals tonight, leads Vegas with 2 career overtime goals. Mammoth, for what it's worth in the regular season, went 10-6 in games decided in overtime. Vegas is going past regulation in the playoffs for the 26th time. They are 11-14 overall, 6-7 on the road. This is the 9th game in the playoffs to go to overtime this season. The home team has a 6-2 record. The latest one being the Anaheim Ducks last night to go up 3-1 on the Edmonton Oilers in a game that they trailed 2-0, trailed 3-2, and won it 4-3 in overtime on that puck that was ruled to have crossed the line, ruled good goal on the ice early in the OT, and confirmed by the NHL Situation Room in Toronto. So that's where we stand. The Mammoth looking to get that next goal to go up 3-1 in the series, heading to Vegas on Wednesday. Vegas looking to tie this series up, headed back home on Wednesday. It'll be an 8 p.m. Mountain Time face-off. For the Mammoth here in this contest. Mikhail Sergachev leading the way. He's got 3 assists on the 4 Utah goals, while Nick Schmaltz has 1 goal and 1 assist, the only forward with multiple points in this game. Your Utah goal scorers in the contest: Nick Schmaltz, Ian Cole, Michael Carcone, and Clayton Keller. It's been another contest where the Mammoth have had all hands on deck for Utah in this one. 8 different players have at least a point on the 4 Utah goals, and now 14 players here in the Stanley Cup playoffs for the Mammoth out of the 19 who have dressed have at least a point. So 3 points from Mikhail Sergachev after a rare 3 games where he was held scoreless. Utah going to look to get one more on Carter Hart, who they put up 4 on Friday. Vegas looking to beat Karel Vejmelka with their 5th goal of the night. First time in the playoffs that Veggie has allowed more than 3. We'll come back, keep rolling on. Here from the Delta Center, we are headed to overtime between the Mammoth and the Vegas Golden Knights in a huge Game 4 of this first-round series. We'll return to downtown Salt Lake City right after this here on Hockey Night Utah.
Tax season is here, and this year, refunds are looking a little bigger. Before it quietly slips into groceries, gas, and that never-ending list of monthly expenses, invest it in your future with a new home. Right now, Visionary Homes will match your tax refund or any funds up to $10,000 and double it towards your down payment. That's right, your refund just got promoted. Don't let your refund vanish. Double it. Visit visionaryhomes.com and make your move today. Terms and conditions apply.
For years, protein meant compromise.
Yep.
You got the nutrition and tolerated the taste. Proto changes that. Flavor comes first. Crafted with grass-fed protein and nothing artificial. With over 24 bold flavors, protein finally tastes the way it should.
This is so good.
When flavor wins, consistency follows.
How'd you get into my house?
Proto, where flavor is king. Check out protoshop.com and follow Proto on Instagram at protoshop.
Bamboo HR knows that your business needs more than doable. You need powerful. When changes hit, you need adaptable, scalable, customizable. So when you're growing, you've got employees hireable, hires onboardable, paychecks payrollable, performance manageable, and benefits administrationable. All on a platform that's easy to usable, endlessly dependable, everything HRable, so your team can be formidable, unbreakable, unstoppable. Because when you need more than doable, that's Bambooable. BambooHR.com.
Enjoy more ways to save at Smith's, like low prices in every aisle. And when you download the Smith's app, you can clip and save more with digital coupons every week. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. At Smith's, you can enjoy more ways to save and more rewards every time you shop. So it's always easy to save big every day with savings and rewards. Smith's, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
This is playoff hockey on the Wasatch Front.
Kick save, Vejmelka, and a dandy.
Tusks up, Utah.
Back out to Sergachev. Gunther looks in. Carcone dials one up and scores! We're tied! 3-3, and Magic Mike has his first goal of the series. Theodore with a wrister, tipped on goal, and Vejmelka says no. Sergachev parading to center. Schmaltz stick handles in, looking for Keller. He gloves it down. Keller in front, bouncing puck. They score! The captain gives Utah the lead in Game 4. Veering back and forth on Dursey, a slap shot blocked by Kerfoot again. This is Hannafin at the left point with a wrister, tipped in, and they score. Brett Howden has his second of the game, and we are tied at 4.
So if you're just joining us, Vegas got 3 goals in the first 23 minutes and 26 seconds of the game, and then 4 unanswered by the Mammoth in a stretch of just over 17 minutes to take the lead in the third period. Brett Howden tying it for Vegas. We are 4-4 headed to overtime. Shots 28-22 in favor of Vegas, but keeping in mind there, the Golden Knights had a 15-5 edge on shots. The game finished 17-13 in favor of Utah. Each team goes 0 for 3 on the power play in regulation. Vegas had a shorthanded goal. Hits, 46 for Utah, their third straight game with a franchise record, 33 for Vegas. So for the Mammoth, able to push this one to overtime despite Vegas having 8 minutes and 18 seconds more of offensive zone puck time than Utah had in regulation. For the Mammoth, nobody has more than 21 minutes and 30 seconds of ice time. For Vegas, they have some guys that have piled up some ice time in the first 60 minutes of regulation here from the Delta Center. Shea Theodore leading the way. He's played over 25 minutes for the Golden Knights here. And Noah Hannafin has played over 23 for the Golden Knights. We have not gone very long in these periods without our first goal. The longest we've gone tonight was the second when Vegas took a 3-0 lead, 3:26 into the second. So all 3 periods, a goal within the first 3:26. 2 of them, a goal in the first 2 minutes. Mike's back to start overtime when we roll back to the Delta Center. Coming up, next goal wins on Hockey Night in Utah.
This is Mammoth Daily.
6th overall pick. Teej again.
Have you had a chance to watch some Mammoth games recently? Teams playing well, teams hot.
Yeah. How about that finish against Philly?
Oh.
That was about as crazy as it gets, that strip on an empty net.
Mammoth Daily with Mike Folta and Adrian Denny. New episodes drop Monday through Friday at 6 a.m. on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Looking for the perfect treat? Dive into True Fruit, where nature's fruit meets rich, indulgent chocolate. True Fruit's fresh fruit is hyper-chilled to lock in flavor and nutrition with clean ingredients you can feel good about. Whether you're craving strawberries, cherries, or blueberries, True Fruit is your go-to snack. Find True Fruit in the freezer aisle, wherever you shop for your groceries. True Fruit. Indulge in the best of nature.
Hurt in a car wreck, dog bite, slip and fall. Just call Quick Swap. One call, that's all.
After a car wreck, dealing with big insurance companies on your own can hurt your case. One call, that's all means we take care of everything. From dealing with insurance companies to helping you find doctors and repair shops, we're here to guide you from start to finish. Call Craig Swap & Associates today at 801-444-4444.
One call, that's all.
Nothing does more to help communities grow and thrive than small business. That's why America First Credit Union is proud to partner with the Utah Jazz to present the Utah Jazz Small Business Spotlight, recognizing the incredible impact of local business across Utah. Each season, America First Credit Union is giving small business a chance to shine with a custom sponsorship package valued at up to $200,000, which could include in-game broadcast and social media exposure. Nominate a deserving business today at americafirst.com/jazz. America First Credit Union, official credit union of the Utah Jazz.
Buckle up.
A game-saving stop by Utah's #1 goaltender.
Sudden death hockey is here.
Nick Schmaltz walks it off for the Mammoth.
Overtime begins now.
Tonight's Overtime is brought to you by America First, a founding partner of the Utah Mammoth and the team's official credit union. Whatever your financial goals, America First can help you get your money working. Head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Welcome to the first ever overtime in the Utah Mammoth's team history. Here we are, starting our next 20 minutes of play. We will play at 5 aside until we find a winner. It could go all night. It could be over in seconds. Sudden death overtime in the Stanley Cup playoffs, and right off the rip, 11 seconds in, the Golden Knights ice the puck. So this faceoff will come back down towards Carter Hart, who so far has stopped 18 of 22 Mammoth shots. It's not exactly a great night for the save percentages of either goaltender, but they each could be the difference in this game. Hart for Vegas, Vejmelka for Utah. 4-4 here in OT. Schmaltz wins the draw back. Marino hands it off to Keller. He had 4 overtime winners in the regular season. Wrist shot tipped wide. Looked like Hart got a piece of it with a blocker. Dowd gave it away. Schmaltz down the boards. Back for Nate Schmidt. A wrister tipped on goal, and Hart makes a save after a redirection from Lawson Krause. 28 seconds into our first overtime period. Last night we had an overtime game between Edmonton and Anaheim, and Anaheim won on a controversial goal call just over 2 minutes into that contest. Head coach Andre Cherney will toss out Cooley, Gunther, Yamamoto, Uyghur, and Sergachev. Mikhail Sergachev has himself 3 assists on the game tonight after he had no points in the series entering this evening. Golden Knights come away with a face-off, and Jack Eichel sips it up the ice. Here's Uyghur. Snapping it ahead for Yamamoto and into the Vegas zone. Cooley's all over Hanifin. Yamamoto a steal on the near side. Down for Cooley. The 21-year-old spins on Anderson, low to high. Sergachev fields it on his backhand. His shot was blocked by Barbashev, and it's cleared out of the zone by the Golden Knights. An important note is that here in the first period of overtime, it's a long change, similar to the second frame, where your bench is further away from your own zone. Icing called here against the Mammoth after a misfire on a pass through center. But we will alternate ends of the ice as we move along throughout the evening in our overtimes, should we require more than one. Vegas has dominated the time of possession. They've had the puck in the offensive zone for 8 more minutes than Utah has in this game so far. Mammoth win the draw, and that's lifted through center by Sergachev. It will not be icing. Braden McNabb, an original misfit, starts things out from behind his own net for Marner. Acquired via trade back in the offseason. Riley Smith tips this in behind Pamelka, who sets up Alexander Kerfoot. Utah gives it away. Stone, a wrist shot blocked in front. Kerfoot got a piece of that with the wrist, it looked like. Riley Smith back of goal in the Utah zone. Turns, gets it in front. Knocked away by the stick of Marino. Riley Smith finds Stone across. One-timer from Theodore, and it was hammered wide. McNabb sends one through the slot. Marino to a loose puck up the wall, out to center. John Marino has been excellent on Utah's back end over these last couple games. Here's Mark Stone, the Vegas captain, with 2 power play goals in the series. Deals it far wing. Dorofeev launches one, and it's fought off by Pamelka with the shoulders. Dorofeev angled off the puck by Tanev on the near side of the Utah zone. Mammoth defending. O'Brien just barely scoots it to center. Liam O'Brien hinges this off the boards to neutral ice, but it's a quick re-entry for Tomas Hertl and the Golden Knights. Mammoth get it back. Here comes Brandon Tanev up the ice. 1-on-3. Turbo swerves in deep and runs Lozon up against the end wall here in the Vegas zone. Penalty coming up against Utah. A slash against Kevin Stenlund, one of the Mammoth's best penalty killers. And Utah will be shorthanded 2.5 minutes into OT.
Utah penalty number 82, 2 minutes, slashing. 4th
power play of the game for Vegas. And it comes 2.5 minutes into overtime. Oof.
Kevin Stenlund going over, trying to play the puck on Caden Korczak, and I guess there is a chop there, Mike. It did break the stick of Korczak, but came around so gently before he broke the stick.
Stenlund coming down from about head height on Korczak's stick. It broke the stick in half, and you're going to get that call more times than not. And that was in the attacking zone, too. Utah will be without one of its best penalty killers and best face-off men, Kevin Stenlund. So it's Kerfoot, Krause, Sergachev, and Cole. The 4 on the PK. It's the 4th power play of the game for Vegas. Puck comes out to Sergachev as he fends off Jack Eichel. And Sergachev creates some space with his skating and clears it down. The Mammoth PK so far 3 for 3 in this game. Theodore laying it back for Eichel. Theodore was added to this top power play unit for this game after Vegas had previously had Mitch Marner and 5 forwards on the top group. Puck around the wall, and this cannot be held in by Vegas. They must reset. During the regular season, this power play was 6th best in the NHL. Eichel maneuvering at center, and his pass was deflected by Kerfoot. And so the Golden Knights have to retreat all the way back to their own blue line. Marner on the ice. Across to Mark Stone. Stone up ahead to Dorofeev down the right wing. He pulls up in the corner. Up top, it's Theodore. Eichel on the near side. Vegas is all set up. Across, one-timer, Dorofeev, he fanned on it. Kick save, Vejmelka, puck in front, and it's still loose. Utah clears, out it comes. Schmaltz up the ice, and Hart comes out of his net to play it. A scramble sequence in front of Karel Vejmelka ended with a clearance by Utah. Vejmelka made at least one save in that madness. Vegas re-enters, 30 to go on the power play. Puck behind the net with Stone. He goes low to high. Eichel down this near side where he likes to operate. Cooley draped all over him. Into the bumper spot for Howden. This is cushioned down. Back to Howden. Puck across. It's loose. Still bouncing in the slot. Out to Eichel. Left circle. He flattens it for Howden and then banks back to Eichel. Across it comes for Theodore. Howden playing that bumper spot position. This is Mark Stone twisting behind the Vegas net in front for Howden with 2 goals tonight. He's forced wide. Out of the box comes Stenlund. Shot goes off his stick. Mammoth are back to full strength. We're at 5-on-5. 4-4 here in overtime. 4.5 minutes into our first OT period. Stenlund bursts through center. Chips the puck in deep. Mammoth can get some exhausted penalty killers off the ice. Stenlund locks up Hannafin. It's dug free by Howd. He nearly gave it away. Keller steals it across. Schmaltz couldn't find it. Slap shot off the glass, and it sizzles out of play. That was from Sergachev. 5 minutes gone by here in OT with the Delta Center on its feet. But Adrian, you need your goaltender to be your best penalty killer. Karel Vejmelka very calm amongst that last melee. It looked like he had it covered at one point. Could have been a whistle, but it eventually rolled free.
Yeah, referee didn't lose sight of the puck, but the Mammoth happy that he didn't because they were able to get it cleared and avoid the face-off for a frozen puck. 2 official saves by Vejmelka on that Vegas power play.
Utah is 4 for 4 on the PK here tonight as they were in Game 3. Mammoth lead the series 2-1. Schmaltz in the offensive zone, cuts to the middle, puck taken away. Krause knocks it down and keeps it alive for the Mountain Blue. There is Keller around the wall for Sergachev at the left point. Uyghur looking in. Uyghur shoots off the stick wide. Schmaltz back onto it. Sergachev a blast, and it was blocked by Sissons. He wore it off the boot, and it knocked him down, but he did the job and gets some stick taps from the Vegas bench. Mammoth re-enter as Keller flutters one off the end glass. Noah Hannafin gets to a puck in the Vegas zone. It's a lead feed for Cole Smith to neutral ice. Smith able to work it as far as the hash marks in the Mammoth zone, but no further. Ian Cole dead ahead looking for Gunther. That line of Gunther, Cooley, and Yamamoto has largely been kept in check tonight. It's Yamamoto and Cooley in the corner. Yamamoto went down, no penalty. Pass across, finds Gunther. He zips one. Save made by Hart. And he covers a puck sitting in his blue paint in front of him. 6 minutes gone by in our first overtime period. Crowd wanted a call after Yamamoto went down. Mammoth had 3 of the first 4 power plays in this game. Vegas has had the last 3. You'd have to think that whatever causes the next power play might be worthy of jail time. We're at 5-on-5 in a 4-4 overtime game here in Game 4. Everyone in front of us is standing at the Delta Center. Rally towels lifted in the air once again as Logan Cooley wins an offensive zone faceoff, floated back to Nate Schmidt as he channels this behind the Vegas net. McNabb laid out by Cooley in the corner. It's kept alive for the moment. Utah still in the offensive zone. Now it'll be a quick re-entry for Gunther and company. Gunther shoots from distance, and it's caught by Hart, scooping it up near his shoelaces. And there's no follow-up. 13:45 to go in overtime. We will not have our normal commercial breaks here in OT. They'll scrape the ice halfway through overtime, but that's it.
Back to the top line, Mike. Head coach Andre Turney's been going 1-2, 1-2 in the offensive zone here. You just had Gunther, Cooley, and Yamamoto. Here comes Schmaltz, Keller, and Krause.
Keller with a goal tonight. Schmaltz with a goal tonight. Lawson Krause is going to step in and take the draw. As he points to his chest towards Clayton Keller, says it'll be me against Eichel. Eichel wins this one back between his legs in the Vegas zone. Barbashev swipes it to center as Marino levitates back into his own end. Across, it's Krause entering. He rumbles down the right wing. Pass was behind Schmidt. Loose in the slot. Vegas cannot clear. Krause with the keep. Krause shoots off a leg. Nate Schmidt on the far side slaps one in front. Still available in the Vegas zone. Finally, the Golden Knights are able to eject this to center. Schmaltz dead ahead. Utah penetrating with Keller. A wrist shot off the shoulder of Hart. And it goes up and out of play. Clayton Keller sent one right past the ear of Carter Hart, who shrugged his shoulder to his goalie mask. Actually, it went right off his melon. That was straight off the dome and out of play. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification.
Hockey lives here.
Sagan to Ben, down low, delays, he scores!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Four to 4 with 13-12 remaining in this overtime period. Utah trailed 3-0 at one point in this game. Here's Alexander Kerfoot. He has seen his usage increase towards the back half of the regular season. Missed 48 games due to injury this year. Vegas gets to a draw in their own zone, and it's worked out. Offsides whistled against Kerfoot and the Mammoth, but that was sent in by Vegas. I think that's a bad call. Vegas played the puck back into their own zone, and when that's the case, you don't have to tag up. And that's what Sergachev was arguing, but it will be an offsides whistle against the Mammoth. There's nothing you can do about it now.
Great energy from the Mammoth here to start this overtime. It's been all Utah 5-on-5 in the Vegas defensive zone after the Golden Knights had almost 9 minutes more of puck possession in the Utah zone in regulation.
Kerfoot wins that draw back. He's out there with Carcone and Tanev. Normally it would be J.J. Peterka on this line with Carcone and Kerfoot. Sergachev sends it down the wall as Carcone settles it down behind the Vegas net, low to high. Mackenzie Weegar hands one off. Sergachev fires and it goes wide. Carcone. Weegar with a keep. Shot blockered away by Carter Hart. Sergachev back down the wall for Kerfoot. Here's Utah's top defenseman, Sergachev. Weegar, wrist shot. Blocked in front. Vegas off the window and out. Comes the length of the ice. Sergachev hustling, and it's icing against the Golden Knights with 12:27 to go in overtime. And those offensive zone possession numbers, Adrian, are starting to swing back in Utah's favor.
And Vegas is doing everything possible to try and protect their goaltender, Carter Hart, and keeping him from seeing the puck. They've done a good job, but the Mammoth are bringing the pressure, and we're coming back out with Cooley, Gunther, and Yamamoto. Mammoth, 4 goals on 27 shots. 4 goals on 12 shots Friday. They know that if they just keep pumping them in, something's going to go in.
Utah during the regular season 10-6 when games ended in overtime. As Rasmus Andersson is told he has to go to the bench. He's not happy about that. You can throw out the overtime records during the regular season because that's 3-on-3. This is 5-on-5 with the exception of penalties. Offensive zone faceoff controlled by Cooley and the Mammoth. Nate Schmidt flings one over to John Marino. Cycled down the wall for Gunther. Shot off a stick in front of Carter Hart, and it's cleared past the line by Vegas. So often in playoff overtime, that game-winning goal is not exactly a thing of beauty. Have to be willing to go to those hard areas and score a greasy one. Yamamoto in the offensive zone. A tight turn here on the near wall. Mammoth can't keep it in. And so Ian Cole digs in hard after it back in his own end. Dealing with the forecheck of Riley Smith, and it's a good forecheck. Cole in some hot water. Stone steps in to take it. It's Riley Smith in the corner. Marner finds Smith. He's checked here by Gunther. Mammoth get to it, and this is Keller. He streams to center and will lob it in on Hart, who makes a save on a bouncer. And it's punched up the boards by Vegas, and here they come. Utah got caught up the ice. Look out. Up ahead, Marner with Stone. Stolen back by Nick Schmaltz. Schmaltz Back the other way for Utah. Hit by Stone at center. Here comes Keller in across the line. Keller shoots, and it's repelled by Hart. Centering feed. Back out to Krause down the right wing. Here's Jersey, right point. Into the middle. Keller didn't have his stick. It was knocked out of his hands. Jersey passed it to Keller, but he didn't see that Clayton Keller was stickless. McDowd now handles in. A backhander off the outside of the net in the Utah zone. Kerfoot slides it up the boards. It's held in by Sissons. Jersey guides it up ahead to Lawson Krause. It's played to the line and then tossed wide by Nick Dowd. Mammoth back to it in their own zone. Not quite halfway through overtime number 1. Utah to a puck in their own end. This is cleared out as far as Korzak at the Vegas blue line. Jack Eichel stepping in for the Golden Knights. Eichel around behind the Utah net. Finds Lozon. Slap shot. Pad save. Rebound in the slot. Wrister missed wide. That was Korzak who had stepped in. Lozon a blast, and he missed everything. And it comes around the curved glass all the way down. Mammoth with some quick line changes. Hit by Carcone as he flattens Korzak on a one-on-one mission. Gunther hooks it around the boards for Marino. All the way across. Schmidt skates downhill. Schmidt, the former Golden Knight, gave it up. It was Korzak with a stick check. Here is Gunther in the offensive zone. The 23-year-old wiggles free. Yamamoto center. Tipped on goal. Rebound. Stopped by Hart. Vegas in possession. They come flooding to center with Dorofeev and Hanifin. Hanifin left wing. Centered. Save made by Vejmelka. Loose. And it's in. Vegas wins it at overtime. It was tipped past Karel Vejmelka, and Vegas wins 5-4 to even the series at 2 apiece. Golden Knights got to a puck in front of their own net. They took it down the ice, and Hanifin sent one on goal, or towards the net at least, that was tapped through Vejmelka. The officials have told the teams to stay on their bench. And wait a minute here. It's coming back. Now wait. It could be an offsides whistle. Eichel is right on the line. And does Hanifin touch the puck again? This is a close one. Everything is being reviewed right now by the Situation Room in Toronto. There's no challenge. I think Eichel is ahead across the line, Adrian, but I think Hanifin waits to touch that puck. I didn't even see who scored. I think it was Eichel who tapped it in. They've stopped showing the replay now. We had a close call in overtime last night between Edmonton and Anaheim. This is another close one. Our linesmen are at the iPad reviewing. It was Eichel who tapped it through Vejmelka. I beg your pardon, it was Dorofeev who was the second man in. It was a little hard to tell because it looked like Vejmelka made that initial save. 9:38 left to go in overtime, and the initial call on the ice was goal. There's no question that the puck crossed the line. The question is, was Vegas across the line early? And I think Hanifin waited just long enough to play that puck.
Our 2 linesmen in connection with the Situation Room in Toronto, Devin Berg and James Tobias. Again, in overtime, everything is initiated by the National Hockey League. No coaches' challenges. So for the second straight night in the National, Mike, we are waiting for Toronto to decide if we're going to continue on
now
or move on to Game 5.
That second touch by Hanifin doesn't matter because Eichel never tagged up. So the question is, did Eichel enter before the puck, yes or no? It stops right there. Did Eichel enter before the puck did? I think he did. It's really hard to tell. His skate is not touching any blue, and he's in the offensive zone while the puck is still on the blue line. Now that's an angle where his skate could be over the blue line. So that second touch from Hanifin doesn't matter because Eichel didn't tag up. Here's the call.
After the review, the play was offside, no goal.
We're still playing.
Come on back, everybody. Gonna have a face-off.
9:38 to go in overtime. And our night continues at the Delta Center. Eichel offside. They'll do a quick scrape of the ice. Not sure why we couldn't do this the last minute or two, but there's no complaints to be made right now after that offsides whistle against Jack Eichel and the Mammoths. So Dorofiev's goal comes off the board. It was Hanifin down the wing with Eichel and Dorofiev up the ice. The Mammoth have been such a good team at defending the rush all season and then again here tonight. During the regular season, the Mammoth one of the top 5 teams at defending off the rush. They allowed a chance right there, and it's just a game of inches that gives Utah life in Game 4.
Kyler Yamamoto and Blaine Forsythe, Utah's assistant coach, looking at something on the iPad and sharing a little bit of a laugh. Mike, how about that replay coming right at the under 10 timeout to give us a little bit of time to catch up with each other, take a look at the iPad, get the fans reset and going here at the Delta Center, that our Monday night is still ongoing.
How you doing, partner? How's the pulse?
I've never felt this before. I don't know what this feeling is.
You should get that checked out.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Do you know what I started to feel just out of this world? On the Carcone slap shot that tied us at 3 in the third period.
Couple out-of-body experiences in the third period. Carcone slap shot, then Keller's goal to give Utah the lead. Mammoth trailed 3-0 at one point. This has been an all-timer at the Delta Center. Jack Eichel offsides by millimeters to keep us tied at 4. Neutral zone face-off after all that. That was a nice long break for the top players of both teams. Head coach John Tortorella has now put Howden with Eichel and Barbashev, and Schmaltz wins the neutral zone face-off. We're back to action in a 4-4 overtime. This is dealt in deep by Mackenzie Weegar. Vegas back to it. Here's the forecheck from the Mammoth. Played up the wall, held in by Weegar. Stolen by Barbashev. He lost it. And it'll be on the stick of Braden McNabb. Given away to Schmaltz. Now Eichel swoops in to take it. Eichel up ahead, leading the attack for the Golden Knights. He'll go off on a change. Cannot get caught out in a shift here in overtime. Got to keep those shifts short. Schmaltz winds it around the cul-de-sac in the Vegas zone. Puck on the near side boards as Cooley keeps it in for the moment. Stone knocked it away. Here come the Golden Knights in across the line. Riley Smith sends one behind the Vegas net, or the Utah net rather. Dylan Guenther will turn north. Guenther fighting through the stick check of Noah Hanifin. Mammoth unable to keep it in as it's Nate Schmidt in his own end. Schmidt lost an edge. Utah recovers the puck. John Marino there to save his D partner's bacon. Here's Yamamoto. Stripped away by Riley Smith in the Vegas zone. Anderson starting the breakout for the Golden Knights. This is Nick Dowd pounding this in around the rail behind Vemelka in the Utah zone. Quickly spit out by the Mammoth. Caden Korzak back the other way. Blue line to blue line. It's Dowd in down the right wing. Curled around the boards. Lozon left point. He'll reverse the flow. Puck at the side of the net. It's Sissons, and he's forced away from the net mouth by Carcone. Brandon Tanev able to jam it up the boards. Kerfoot pounding hard after it. Right on Lozon. Tanev chips it below the goal line. This is a combination of the third and fourth lines for Utah right now. Tanev able to glove it down in front of his own bench. And the Mammoth have to regroup at center. It's Sergachev underneath the scoreboard. Dealt in deep to the Vegas zone as the Mammoth try and win it back. Knocked out ahead by Cole Smith. One-on-one with Sergachev into the Utah end. Smith runs out of gas, and the Mammoth win it back. And here is Mackenzie Weegar. Weegar waived his no-move clause to come to Utah on a trade, and he gets the puck out of the zone here. Vegas has it back. It's Shea Theodore up the ice for Brett Howland. This rolls in on Vejmelka, and he's going to melt it down for a face-off in the Utah end with 7:10 to go in this first overtime.
Well, Mike, while that play came back on the offside and we kept going here, huge break for the Mammoth. Karel Vejmelka could not find that puck in the crease, and Vegas tapped it home after Utah had been dominating the Vegas zone here to start overtime. 5-on-5 shots in the OT, 8-3 Utah, though things have been a little more even after we went back to work after that under 10 ice clean.
Jack Eichel at the offensive dot against Nick Schmaltz. Keller trying to force it out of the zone, and he does after a muddied faceoff. Vegas looking for safe passage across the blue line. Schmaltz making things difficult. It's Barbashev back of goal in the Utah end. Uyghur canceling him out. Theodore holds the line, that had it knocked out by Keller, who bumped into the linesman and got knocked down. Bit of an unfortunate break. Schmaltz hurries to a puck in the defensive zone as Uyghur looks up ice, sends it down the near side flank out to center. Eichel back onto it as he circles back into the Utah zone. Taken up against the boards by Sergachev. Sent up the glass by Utah. Nothing fancy. Mammoth just trying to survive here as Vegas starts to string together a couple of positive shifts. Utah has it, and it's fired ahead. Cooley fresh off the bench. Enters down the near wing, dances in on Hannafin. Cooley got checked. Puck in the slot, taken away by Hannafin of the Golden Knights. Couple too many maneuvers there by Logan Cooley as this puck wobbles into the Utah end. Sent back out to center. Gunther goes skate to stick, 1-on-3. Gunther holding up traffic, waiting for reinforcements. Cooley drops it off in the corner. Yamamoto hustling and delivers a check, but Vegas is able to clear. Now Mammoth have it. Cooley in across with Gunther. That pass a little out of Dylan Gunther's reach. And what can those youngsters do in this game here in overtime? Dylan Gunther, one of the most clutch players in the league this year. He had 19 go-ahead goals this season. Those are goals that give his team the lead. Second most in the NHL behind only Cole Caulfield. A slap shot from Lausanne missed wide. Tomas Hertl overskates a puck, and the Mammoth regain control in their own end. Angled up the ice, and this rolls in on Carter Hart. Plays it behind his own net away from a charging Tanev. Cleared back through the middle of the ice into the Utah line as Mackenzie Uyghur regroups for Carconi and Kraus. Kraus corkscrews in down the right wing. A centering pass is broken up by Rasmus Andersson. Here come the Golden Knights spilling into the offensive zone. Uyghur has two Vegas skaters on him, and he one-hands it up the far side wall. 5 to go in overtime. We're locked at 4 between Utah and Vegas here in Game 4. Headman feed for Nick Schmaltz ahead. A 2-on-3 with Keller. Drop pass a little too far, and it's Vegas the other way. Dowd one-on-one with Kraus, and Kraus forces him wide. Nick Dowd behind the Utah net. Taken up against the boards by Nate Schmidt as Schmidt engages in a wrestling match. Keller finds Schmaltz. He marches this to center. Utah can get some changes. Off the skates of Brett Howden. Here comes Yamamoto. Yamamoto darts in. Yamamoto knocked away from the net mouth after the puck was checked off his stick by McNabb. Ivan Barbashev one-on-one with Marino. Barbashev maneuvers wide, and Marino erases him. Perfect defending there by one of Utah's top defensemen. Anderson back of goal for Howden. Cooley giving him the business. Schmidt trying to peel it off the end wall. This is Gunther on the far side, unable to clear. Utah gets to it, and that's John Marino with those steady hands. Cleared up the boards by the Mammoth. More changes coming. Ian Cole and Mikhail Sergachev onto the ice as the defenseman for Utah. This is sent in deep behind Karel Vejmelka with 3.5 to go in overtime. No shootout in playoff overtime. We will play as many of these periods as it takes. Hockey in its purest form. Caden Korzak down the wall in the Mammoth zone. That is clanged off the boards by Ian Cole, kept in by Korzak, the third pairing defenseman, and a hand pass is whistled against Vegas with 3:12 on the clock in OT.
Well, Mike, after we saw the Mammoth control the Vegas zone for about, first 10 minutes or so of the period, minus the shorthanded situation, as we get on the stretch here in the first overtime, you're seeing both teams play it pretty safe. Nobody wanting to make a mistake here as we start to creep towards the end of this fourth 20 minutes tonight. Level at 4.
And it's an interesting seesaw affair because you don't want to make that mistake, but there's also no points up for grab here tonight. So there's really no point to try and just getting things to a 3-on-3 overtime or to a shootout. You got to find a way to win it here in OT.
Yeah, and you're also starting to see these two teams approach 80 minutes of hockey here, though they haven't played since Friday. This is just the second game that Utah and Vegas have played since last Wednesday, spanning 6 days.
Mammoth get to a neutral zone faceoff as Mackenzie Wieger backhands it up the boards. Lawson Krause pounds his way in after it into the Vegas zone. Krause and Keller engage as well. Krause just flattened one of the Golden Knights. Out at center, that's Brett Howden with a couple of bingos here in this game. This goes a little too far, and icing is called to the chagrin of Ivan Barbashev, and Vegas, 2:49 to go in OT.
Lawson Krause in this OT, Mike, has been pretty physical. He's been engaged with Brett Howden, with Cole Smith, and both of those instances took place in the Utah zone as the Mammoth were coming back with the puck.
Top skaters in this game are closing in on 3 miles of distance traveled so far. Offensive zone faceoff with 2:49 to go in our first overtime. Cooley hunched over against Eichel, who seems to be out there every shift for John Tortorella. Puck sent up the wall by Vegas, kept in by Cooley. He darts in down the near side. It's Marino who will curl it around behind. Up the boards, it's Brett Howden. Unable to get it past Nate Schmidt as the Golden Knights have to double back into their own zone. Shea Theodore snaps this dead ahead, and it goes a little too far. No icing, though. They say Marino could have played it. Mammoth have it behind their own net with Nate Schmidt. Won a Stanley Cup last year with the Florida Panthers. It was a rejuvenating season for Nate Schmidt last year. It's been a rejuvenating season in Utah as well. First time in his career he played all 82 games. Anderson scales this around the wall as Brandon Tanev checks his surroundings. Mammoth trying to get this puck out. Hanifin will reverse the flow once again. Coming together between Anderson and Nate Schmidt on that far side. Here's Nick Dow, back of goal, swiping it up to Hanifin, left point. He'll send it right back down the boards. Golden Knights working the puck. That shot from Dowd missed wide on the short side. Rasmus Anderson connects with Riley Smith as he travels back up the wall. Here's Mitch Marner fresh onto the ice. Vegas in their cycle game. Marner shoots, missed everything on the glove side. Utah needs it clear and badly. This is Riley Smith trying to get it away from Cooley. Smith dancing, finds Marner, far side. Korzak shoots and he missed on the glove side. Smith from the goal line. Back to the goal, it's Korzak, a one-timer caught and held by Vejmelka, robbing Mark Stone on a golden opportunity. 1:10 to go in overtime, and Karel Vejmelka turns in one of his best saves of the night. 34 shots on goal for Vegas. Vejmelka has stopped 30 of them.
It's a nice shift there by Vegas, eating up a lot of time in the Utah defensive zone. That's how Vegas had success early on in this one. And really, when you go back to Game 3 on Friday night, a lot of time down there trying to get that next one after what they thought was that next one was disallowed on an offside called by the NHL in Toronto.
1:10 to go here in overtime. The Mammoth vault this down the ice with Vegas recollects. Eichel tipped it along for Barbashev. Eichel in front, stopped by Vejmelka. The puck goes behind the net. Vejmelka with a point-blank save. Eichel tried a bank play. Follow-up, they score. That one's going to count. Shea Theodore wins it in overtime for Vegas. 52 seconds left in OT. Vejmelka lost his stick, lost his bearings, Eichel won a battle below the goal line, fed it in front, and Shea Theodore rifled it through a crowd and hit the back of a yawning cage. 5-4 in overtime as Game 4 comes to a screeching halt. Theodore gets his first goal of the playoffs. Vejmelka had the stick knocked out of his hands by his own player and then just couldn't scramble back in time as Eichel made a heck of a play. Backhanded pass to the slot where Theodore whipped a one-timer past Vejmelka, and that's all she wrote tonight. A heartbreaker here at the Delta Center. 5-4, the final score as Theodore shot it past the sliding Ian Cole and Karel Vejmelka, who, again, was trying to scramble back into position. Adrian, this one is a classic at the Delta Center, our first ever overtime. Vegas deserved to win, no doubt about it. And a great play by Eichel, who was out there as long as anybody.
We had a feeling, Mike, that after you see a game that's 4-0, finishes 4-2 on Friday, we'd be back to that tied or within a goal margin going into Game 4. And it's not how we expected it to start, with Vegas taking that 3-0 lead. Mammoth stormed back with 4 straight. Vegas ties it. But one thing I think Utah fans can learn from an overtime here, Mike, is you gotta take advantage of what you have. The Mammoth killed that penalty, and it was all Utah 5-on-5 before Vegas came back with what looked to be the first game winner. Because if you don't pounce when you have the chance, momentum is going to shift and come right back. And I don't think the Mammoth were ever able to really get completely reset. Even after that goal was disallowed, Vegas didn't get shaken at all by it. They just kept going.
You're absolutely right. And when the hockey gods give you a gift, like you said, you have to make good and pay it back a little bit. Golden Knights, 36 shots. Utah with 31. 5-4 the final score. Shea Theodore gets his first goal of the series. And again, it was a beautiful play from Jack Eichel, who played 28 minutes tonight. Pulled it to his backhand with a Mammoth closing in on him. Fed Theodore, who had found some space in between the circles, and Vejmelka had lost his stick, and I'm not quite sure why he wasn't able to push off with that right leg a little bit stronger. He had some traffic in front. Ian Cole bumped him a little bit just in that mad scramble to the front of the net. And this series is tied at 2, heading back to Vegas for Game 5 on Wednesday night.
Maybe the one disconcerting thing from that overtime, Mike, that was the second time in the OT that there was chaos in the Utah crease. First time, obviously, on the disallowed goal, but right there, goalie without a stick, and you're in a troublesome situation. For me, Mike, I look at this game and how Utah stormed back down 3-0, and I saw a confidence and I saw a swagger that the Mammoth aren't going to be deterred. We saw it at the start of overtime. They were coming out to win this. They knew they could win it. They felt a confidence, and I think with a series now headed back to Vegas for Game 5 tied at 2, we've seen nothing's going to shake Utah at this point. That was impressive in the big picture, rallying back down 3-0 to take the lead, because they're not backing down. They out-hit Vegas again, another franchise record. They're matching Vegas physically, and watching Utah out there, you can tell they believe they can win the series, and they're not questioning anything with the matchup.
Ever the optimist. 2-2 headed to Vegas on Wednesday. What is different about overtime in the playoffs is it's all or nothing. We lose in overtime in the regular season, and you say, well, we got a point out of it. We were right there. We can move along. Yeah. That's something we can live with. You lose in overtime in the playoffs, and you get absolutely nothing.
You get nothing but lost sleep, and then still have to wake up at the normal time, and you're still thinking about it. And it's one of those games I think you're going to dream about, too, just reliving the OT and the last play that Vegas made to win it. But 2-2, I think Utah's in a good spot here. I think they
would
believe.
take it.
I think they believe.
If you would have told